the first meeting of the Strategic and Technical Planning Committee, 29th of July 2024. As you'll see, I've removed my jacket because the fans at the back don't quite reach this far. So if any members, officers, members of the public wish to remove their jacket, that would be more than acceptable. For the benefit of the public attending today or watching on the live stream, I'm Councillor Sari House, Chair of this committee, and my Vice Chair is Councillor Dave Bolwell. The meeting is live streamed and will be available to view on the Council website after the meeting. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. And can I remind everyone that when you are speaking, please speak directly into the microphones so that you can be clearly heard and seen. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the Chair, and they must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. And those using Teams, please ensure microphones are on mute and your device volume is set to 0 to maintain audio quality. Only those who have registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. Those speaking in opposition are Dr. Guy Dickinson, Dr. Fannin, Helen Hazel, and John Perrott. No material is to be circulated to members of the committee. We have 2 representatives from the applicant, Andrew Troop and Dave Etheridge, speaking today. They will also be afforded 3 minutes, the same as those speaking against. However, as leeway has been given to 1 additional speaker in opposition, I will be affording some flexibility with the applicant should they feel they need to address something spontaneous or previously unspoken from those objecting. We have 2 applications to determine today. The case officer will be invited to present the report and recommendations. Next, I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak to address the committee in the following order: public against, public support, applicant agent, Town Parish Council and ward members. And as I say, each has 3 minutes. Following public speaking, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to their debate. When we go into council, questions and debate for the benefit of the public watching can be the members state their name and their ward when addressing the meeting. Thank you. We now move to the agenda. Do we have apologies? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So we've got apologies today from Councillors Richard Crabb and Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
Thank you. And are we content with the minutes from the 4th of March, members that were here? Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest? Thank you. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. My name's David Northam. I'm the ward member for Upway and Broadway down in Weymouth. And my declaration of interest is that I was involved in the Weymouth Town Council meeting back in October 2023, where the item that we're going to be the first item, substantive item on the agenda, was discussed. Weymouth Town Council supported in principle the application, but raised a number of concerns, including the size and fire risk and a number of other issues. And so I feel that the situation has moved on, and I look forward to hearing the debates and assessing the best response, having heard the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, so we move into the part of the meeting that is public participation, and I have to ask those that are speaking in objection or support, it is objection to this application, do they wish to speak at this point or after the officer's presentation? If you could just let me know. Is that the same for everyone that's speaking? Thank you very much. Matt, I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Good morning, members. Okay, this is the officer presentation. The application is for a battery energy storage system of up to 400 megawatts of power connected directly to the national grid at the Chickwell substation with associated infrastructure, access, drainage and landscaping works. Members have a detailed report assessing the application, and there's also an update sheet. So this presentation gives an overview of the constraints, key planning issues, and the assessment of the application. This is the location of the site, immediately south of Cold Harbour Road, between Chickwell to the west and South Hill to the east, and north of the Chickwell substation. This is an aerial view, just to point out what's around the sites. We've got the adjacent solar farm. You've got properties along Cold Harbour Road, which are generally detached properties. You've got the Chickwell substation here, immediately south of the site, and then you've got Chickwell as well to the west. I'm just going to run through the site designations, and you note in the report that we talk about the field numbers. These are the field numbers that are referred to. So each field is separated by a hedge boundary, and you've got fields 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, which are in arable use, and you've got field 4 here, which is used for bird rearing. There aren't any buildings on the site. There's a block of woodland here within the centre of the site, some of which falls outside of the planning application boundary, and there are occasional trees within the field boundaries as well. The site falls outside of a defined development boundary, and it falls within a minerals safeguarding area. The site sits within a wide area designated as land of local landscape importance, which is this area hashed green, and that's designated in the Chickwell Neighbourhood Plan. The Chickwell Neighbourhood Plan notes that land of local landscape importance is a locally valued landscape and should be protected for a number of qualities. Those qualities are long views to the Dorset National Landscape, AONB, to the north, rural setting for Chickwell, Radipole villages, and the wider rural backdrop of northwest Weymouth. It's also protected for being a green wedge between the surrounding urban areas, and it's part of a north-south wildlife corridor, which you can see here on this line, which connects down to Radipole Lake. This plan shows the public rights-of-way around the site. There is one right-of-way which goes through the site itself, which is here, which is S1621, and you've got another footpath immediately to the north on the north side of Cold Harbour, which is S1620. The site falls entirely within flood zone 1, but there are areas of elevated surface water flood risk within the site. They're shown in blue on this plan, and they link to this watercourse here, which is in the centre of the bottom part of the site. The closest listed buildings are around 400 metres to the eastern boundary here. There is the Radipole Conservation Area, which is in purple here, and the Chickwell Conservation Area here, which is about 500 metres to the west. The Dorset Environmental Records Centre mapping shows that the area of woodland within the centre of the site is part of the existing ecological network. There is a high-pressure gas pipeline crossing the eastern part of the site, a small part of Field 5, and then immediately north of the substation. That's managed by Southern Gas Networks. There's a high-voltage electricity cable which crosses the site, goes through Fields 1, 2, and 3 here, and that's managed by SSEN. To the west of the site, members may be aware of an application by Persimmon as well for 400 homes, around 400 homes. That's a hybrid planning application, and I've just done a crude overlay of the current master plan, showing the detailed element and the outline element, and that application hasn't been determined, but it's been assessed as a cumulative development by the applicant. The site isn't in the Dorset National Landscape, AONB, and that is around 1.25 kilometres to the west of the site here and about 3 kilometres to the north. This plan just shows the topography of the site. It's generally undulating. The high point of the site here is on the western side of the site, and levels generally drop to the Chickwell substation. Fields 5 and 6 are a bit more undulating. So some site photos. The landscape and visual impact assessment includes extensive site photographs, and I'm just going to show a few of the key views from public viewpoints and from within the site. So photos here 1 and 2, they are the entrance from Cold Harbour, the vehicle entrance. Photo 3 is taken from the centre of Field 1, and that's looking north towards Cold Harbour. So it's down here looking north up this way. And I'll just show you a closer up of this image. And there you see this. I can't remember what time of year this was, but it was around winter time. But you can see here there's an agricultural barn to the northwest of the site, and another agricultural shed building as well. And you can also make out the roofs of properties on the north side of Cold Harbour, and the pylons as well. There's a couple of pylon lines which run to the Chickwell substation. These are photos from the footpath which enters the southwest corner of the site, and the first 2 photos look north across Fields 3, 2, and 1. Then the footpath goes west to east, and as you kind of turn to walk from west to east, you see the pylons. And then as you walk down and follow the route of the footpath, you become aware of the Chickwell substation down on the right-hand side as you walk down there. And I put in this of the photo as well, just of the same view looking north, but in a kind of winter view, when you can actually make out the agricultural barn there, and just also showing the direct view of the Chickwell substation on the right-hand side. As you walk down that footpath, you get to this point where you're looking north, and that's the kind of north-south route through the site itself, which isn't publicly accessible, but the route continues on eastward. And as you continue eastward, you go over a sty there, and then you can look north. So as you're travelling along this route, you can look left and you can look north across the site, the arable fields there, and you can also make out the pylons as well, which cut across the eastern part of the site. This photo is just from the southern side of Field 4, and on the left-hand side here this is the application site, and you've got the bird rearing going on in there. And as you look down the access track on the right-hand side, this is outside of the site, but you get the impression of the surrounding area, which is made up of smallholding agricultural uses within that area. So the application, it's for a 400 megawatt battery energy storage system. This is the proposed landscaping plan, and the components of the proposal, I'm just going to run through them, but they are set out in detail in the report. So there is a revised access to the site at Cold Harbour. There are extensive groundworks across the site to create 4-level platforms. Those are the platform of BES Compound 1, BES Compound 2, BES Compound 3, and the customer substation. And you can see here in the contours have been amended through earthworks to the north of BES Compound 1, to the north of these attenuation basins, and between the compounds and to the south of the compound. So they're extensive reworking of the landforms around the site. Within those three BES compounds, there are 600 BES containers. Each container is essentially a shipping container, and I'll come on to some of those drawings. And within the site, there are 30 steel-framed inverter houses, which are those larger buildings there on the plan. There are 60 transformers, one either side of each inverter building. There are 6 control room buildings. There are 4 water tanks, 2 within BES Compound 1 and 1 each within BES Compounds 2 and 3. There are 2 storage and welfare modules. There are CCTV around the perimeter of the fencing on 4-metre high poles. There's internal vehicle access around the site, which I'll come on to. There's parking for 10 vehicles within the site. This is the customer substation here, which links to the Chickwell substation, and that is an underground pipeline there. The exact route of it hasn't been determined yet, but it's included within the application and the boundary. There are boundary treatments as well, fences around the BES compound and customer substation, and there's extensive landscaping and ecological works, sustainable urban drainage within the site. And these 2 fields would essentially be open to the public as informal public recreation, and there are permissive routes proposed across the site, through the site, from north to south, and then within these fields, the existing route would be maintained. The development is time limited. It's for a period of 40 years, which is usual for these types of developments, after which time the development will be decommissioned. So just having a look at the northern part of the development in closer detail, you can see the landforming which I've described around the BES compound there to the north, east and south, and around the attenuation ponds. On that reworked landscaping, you would have woodland planting shown in dark green, and there are also scattered trees across the site as well. This is the level BES compound. These fields would be publicly accessible, and there would also be a route here which would be publicly accessible from the northwest corner of the site leading across to the northeast corner of the site. So that would provide an alternative route for anyone that wanted to use it. These are the 2 attenuation basins, and that's a wildlife pond. So the southern field, these are the 2 other BES compounds, BES Compound 2 and BES Compound 3. Field 3 would include a new hedgerow along the north of the existing right-of-way. So that's the existing right-of-way there, and you can see there's kind of faint yellow highlighter that shows a proposed new hedgerow. And then you have the customer substation here with that link across to the Chickwell substation with the underground cable. And in that field, you've also got blocks of woodland planting as well. So there are a lot of detailed drawings as part of the application. I'm not going to go through every single one. I'm going to show some of the key drawings here. These are the BES containers, of which there are 600. The measurements are about 6.5 meters long by about 2.5 meters wide and 2.8 meters in height. They sit on concrete foundations. Each one would have 5 battery cabinets on either side, and there would also be a battery management system within each container. This is one of the control room buildings. They're longer, they're 14 meters long by 4 meters depth and 3.8 meters in height, again sitting on concrete pad foundations. This is a drawing of the inverter buildings. These are the largest buildings on the site. They're 4 meters to the ridge height, and they're 12 meters by 9.5 meters length and width. These are the water tanks. There are 4 water tanks proposed. Each has capacity for 58,000 litres, with a total capacity of 232,000 litres overall. The BES compound would be enclosed by mesh fencing, and the substation would be enclosed by a steel fence. They're the heights of it, 2.4 metres and 2.4 metres. There are CCTV cameras around the site, which are 4 metres in height. And these cross sections, I appreciate they're quite small on this plan, but hopefully they give you a good kind of idea of the level changes across the site. So the top image here, we have a cross section AA, which looks from Cold Harbour through BES Compound 1. And what you can see is existing house on Cold Harbour here, that the new levels are raised up with that new landform and that cut and fill exercise. And what that does is it screens the Compound 1, which is set on a lower level, and that raised landform will be planted up with new landscaping. Section BB, the second one here, this is looking from BES Compound 1 to the northeast across Cold Harbour in that direction. And again, you can see from an existing house down here that the levels of the site would be recontoured to have that screening next to BES Compound 1, which would again be screened up. And there would be then planting within field, that goes through field 6 here in the northeast corner of the site, which would provide some kind of screening. Section CC, this one looks north-south through BES Compounds 1, 2, and 3. And as you can see here, you've got the BES Compound 1, which is set at a higher level, and those levels drop on these two other level platforms for BES Compounds 2 and 3. And you can see that step down to the public right-of-way, which is on the south side of the site. Section DD, that looks across east to west through the site, and it looks from the solar farm next door through one of these BES compounds to the customer substation. And you can see that the BES compound is set at a lower level than the solar farm. And then you've got the customer substation, which is to the east, and that does include some elements which are of a higher height. The final cross-section here is EE, looking through the substation itself. And just to note the change in levels here from the north, which are again raised up with the customer substation being at a lower level. So I'm just going to give some background on BESs and the benefits of the sustainability benefits of this proposal. So as set out in section 15 of the report, BESs provide a balancing function to support the intermittent supply of electricity generated by renewable energy. There's an increasing need for electricity storage facilities, and BESs are considered essential for meeting the needs of our energy system as we decarbonise the grid, move away from fossil fuels and move towards net zero. The proposed BES is 400 megawatts. That's the power of the scheme. The applicant has specified that the containers will be produced by BYD, and they'd be a MC cubed energy storage system. So they've specified that type of equipment, which isn't always the case with these types of planning applications. The development is estimated to discharge 2,400 megawatt hours a day, and that's a significant energy supply. The energy would effectively be taken from the grid and discharged at a rate back to it at times of lower need, at high need. And that would be enough to supply the average annual electricity needs of around 233,000, almost 250,000 households, based on average household usage of 3,744 kilowatts a year. And that's just to put those numbers into perspective, that's about 138% of households in Dorset. And not this energy wouldn't all be used locally; it would all go into the grid. But just to put those numbers into perspective, and because of the ability for BES developments to support energy generation, the project is estimated to save 350,000 tonnes of carbon in its first year, which represents about 15% of Dorset's county-wide emissions. The project would help to support local, national and international targets through provision of renewable energy support and infrastructure. thereby helping to reduce carbon emissions, decarbonise the grid and tackle the climate emergency. The location is sustainable from the point of producing, storing energy, being next to the Chickwell substation, which is regionally significant, and that would reduce losses compared to travelling electricity over longer distances. To contextualise the extent of BESS applications across the UK, these maps are taken from the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, and on their REPD database, Renewable Energy Planning database. And what they show, the first one here is operational BESS across the UK. The second one shows BESS that are under construction or awaiting construction. The third shows operational and under or awaiting construction schemes of larger than 50 megawatts. And this database, like all databases, it's not perfect. It just shows the power, it doesn't show the capacity. But what it shows us is that the largest currently in operation is around 100 megawatts. The largest under construction is around 300 megawatts. And the largest where planning permission has been granted is around 1,000 megawatts. And what they show is that there's a growing pipeline of BESS projects at an increasing scale. And then if we look again at this fourth map here of applications that have been submitted and appeals that have been lodged, again, the scale of the project steps up, and the largest project on that database is 1,450 megawatts. The previous government expected demand for grid energy storage to rise to 10 gigawatt hours by 2030 and 20 gigawatt hours by 2035, doubling within 5 years. That's a huge increase, and what the new government has announced is that they're targeting to decarbonise the grid by 2030. So that's 5 years sooner than the previous government, and that would indicate that there would need to be an increasing kind of step change in current provision. And decisions in Dorset, there have been a number of standalone BESS applications in recent years, mostly determined under delegated powers, but they range from 6 battery unit scheme up to a 100 megawatt unit scheme here near Shaftesbury, and in excess of 170 megawatts have been granted in Dorset. We have three live applications in Dorset, 2 of which are before the committee today, and there's another one here for 32 megawatts near Litchett Minster. Other recently consented sites in adjoining authorities include a 300 megawatt scheme in East Devon. Plan of permission was granted at the start of this year. A 10 unit battery storage scheme in West Somerset granted last year, and a 50 megawatt scheme in Wiltshire granted in 2021. So getting onto the assessment of the application, this is I'm providing a kind of overview here because it's out in detail in the report, but the principle and the agricultural land. So the principle of development, the policy sus2 of the local plan identifies that renewable energy and utilities infrastructure as potentially acceptable in principle outside of defined development boundaries, subject to the need for the protection of the countryside and environmental constraints. That's the key, one of the key principal policies there. And on screen we've got policy COM11, which relates specifically to renewable energy generation of heat and electricity from renewable sources. And as at in the report, this policy is considered relevant, given the application would store renewable and non-renewable electricity generated on-site, generated off-site, but stored on-site through the grid connection. And what this policy does, it supports renewables wherever possible, providing that the benefits of the development, such as a contribution towards renewable energy, significantly outweigh any harm. And it sets out those three policy tests there, which are about any adverse impacts on local landscape, townscapes, or areas of historic interest being satisfactorily assimilated. The proposal minimising harm to residential amenity, adverse impacts upon designated wildlife sites, nature conservation interests, and biodiversity being satisfactorily mitigated. And as set out in the report, those are considered and found to be acceptable in principle. Yes, there are adverse impacts on local landscape, but what this policy calls for, it's not an outright no if there is harm. It asks for a kind of balancing exercise to be undertaken there. In terms of agricultural land, the site, 49% of the site is classified as best and most versatile agricultural land, and that's defined as anything from grade 3A upwards. So grade 3A is shown in yellow here on the plan, and on the site you've got areas of grade 3A and you've got areas of grade 2, a small corner of the part of field 5. As explained within the report, there would be a temporary direct loss of 11.6 hectares of best and most versatile agricultural land over the 40-year lifespan of the development, plus the construction and decommissioning periods. Following the life of the development would be dismantled and the site returned to agricultural use. The environmental statement submitted with the application acknowledges that it can take some time for agricultural use to be restored and the quality of the soil to be restored, but that loss is considered temporary, and the loss is considered limited in the context of the application. So what the policy test is here in the local plan is policy ENV7, and that states that where possible, the council will steer built development towards areas of poor quality agricultural land where it is available, except where this would be inconsistent with other policy and sustainability considerations. And in this case, the site is well related to the Chickwell substation, just to the south. It would provide 400 megawatts of battery storage, which would be consistent with other policies, policy COM 11. And in that sense, it's a highly sustainable location for it. And therefore, the limited loss of best and most versatile agricultural land is considered to comply with policy ENV8. And this is just to show here that the picture around the site is similar in terms of best and most versatile agricultural land. The mapping, the mapping doesn't actually distinguish between zones, grades 3A and 3B, but what it shows is that much of the area outside of the AONB and within 2K of the substation is estimated to be grade 3, so the likely impacts are likely to be similar in the surrounding area. So landscape and visual impact, the AONB and rights of way. Just going to show some of the relevant extracts from the landscape and visual impact assessment. And this is, again, the wider topography of the area. And based on the topography and the proposals, the applicant has assessed the landscape and visual impacts using standard methodology to create a zone of visual theoretical visibility. And this plan shows in green where the earthworks and the proposed buildings would be visible from. This second plan exclude the earthworks because the earthworks are generally green and they've got trees on them, and shows where the actual infrastructure, the buildings, would be visible from, and they're considered to be the most harmful elements because they are less characteristic of this area. And the landscape and visual impact assessment considers cumulative impacts. In purple there, you've got the persimmon scheme to the west of the site. There is a container storage permission to the northwest of the site, and it also considers cumulative impacts with a now refused application for a 60 megawatt BESS to the southeast of the site. The applicants tested 21 viewpoints, including close range and long distance views. The viewpoints were agreed with the council's landscape officer through pre-application engagement. The landscape impacts are assessed during construction, operation, and after decommissioning. And this plan here just shows the close range views. I'll come on to the kind of mid-range and long distance views in a moment. But these are where the impacts are most significant, closest to the site. And there would be, as set out in the report, a number of adverse impacts during the construction period. That's normally the case with these types of developments. There's a large earthworks that would be undertaken, but following those earthworks, the level would reduce from significant for all of those viewpoints, apart from along the south here, where the development would clearly be visible during the construction period. During the operation of the development, so when the development's been built, the landscape and visual impact assessment considers impacts at year 1 and at year 10. So the first year impacts are when the trees vegetation hasn't really established, and at year 10 you've got some establishment of the trees on the site. And what that assessment shows is that there would be significant visual impacts in year 1 from viewpoints 6 and 7. 6, you're looking directly at the site, and I'll come on to some of those views, and 7, you'll be looking directly at the customer substation. So they are significant visual impacts at the year 1 stage. After year 10, when the trees have grown and the landscaping is established, at both of those viewpoints, visual impacts are judged to be reduced to a less than significant level. So I'm just going to show those 2 viewpoints from viewpoint 6, and this is the viewpoint 6 looking north across the site to Field 1 and Cold Harbour. This is viewpoint 7, where you're looking at Field 4, and here you would clearly see the customer substation, probably in a similar way to what you notice looking at the Chickwell substation. Okay, the section of footpath between these 2 viewpoints is around 250 metres. It takes about 5 minutes to walk. From both viewpoints and along the route, footpath users are aware of existing infrastructure in the surroundings, the pylons and the Chickwell substation. The viewpoints, you would clearly see the development within the early years in year 1 and until that landscaping takes effect. But as set out in the report, the views aren't considered to be, they're not frame views, and the adverse impact would only be experienced for a short amount of time as you walk along this route. And after that 10-year period, the impact would not be significant. And the landscape and visual impact assessment also looks at the longer range views as well, and there would be moderate adverse but not significant impacts from some of these viewpoints during construction. And the longer distance views, 10, 11, 12 and 15, there would also be adverse impacts during construction here, but they're not judged to be at a significant level. The only view assessed as having a moderate adverse but not significant effect from the AONB is viewpoint 17 here, and that's just during the construction period. Other than the construction period, there wouldn't be any significant adverse impacts on the AONB, and the AONB team doesn't raise any objections to the development. The LVIA, landscape and visual impact, includes some fully rendered, accurate visual representations from selected viewpoints. I'm just going to pick a couple of those out to give an impression of the site, but you've got the viewpoint 1 here, which is from Cold Harbour, and that shows you're here looking west along Cold Harbour, and that's the existing view. You look up across Field 6 here and across Field 1, and you can see the agricultural building on the site to the west of it. And at year 1 here, you can see, the earthworks have been complete. The trees have been planted. They're quite small. They haven't established. So you can see that raised landform. At year 10, the landscaping establishes, and you can see the woodland established on the site. And the landscape officer notes that woodland is not characteristic of this landscape character type, so it would represent a managed change of the landscape over time. But overall, the landscape officer doesn't have an objection subject to planning conditions. And this is the viewpoint from viewpoint 6, that footpath along the southwest of the site, the existing view looking north. Year 1, you can clearly see the development. There's no getting away from that. You can see the BES compound there, and you can clearly make out the BES containers at year 1. They will be clearly visible. At year 10, there is a hedge planted immediately north of the footpath, and you've also got blocks of woodland planting as well. So that view would be closed down, and you wouldn't see the BES infrastructure on the site. And you're looking north at that point. As you walk along the route, you're going east to west, so you'd be walking along the side of that landscaping after year 10. The locally valued landscape. So just to come on to the designations in the Chickwell Neighbourhood Plan, this is the policy 10, and as I've noted, it's protected for the following qualities, 3 of which are relevant to landscape. And the first one there, long views to the Dorset AONB. There's no objection from the Dorset AONB team, and views to the AONB are not considered to be adversely affected. Secondly, the rural setting. The proposal would maintain a rural setting through appropriate landscaping. Yes, there would be development within the site, but the landscaping around it maintains that rural setting. And in a similar way, that green wedge would also be maintained through the planting around the BES compounds. Noise and residential amenity. So the environmental statement considers noise and vibration impacts on a range of sensitive receptors. This map shows those receptors. They include properties along Coldharbour. And I say properties, it's from one sampling point here, sampling point B. Existing properties on the east side of Chickwell, and there are a number of noise-sensitive receptors along that route. Potential future sensitive receptors, and this is from the live planning application for housing by Persimmon, and you've got this receptor here. I think there's only one receptor A, and that's it. And then you've also got a receptor on the east side here at Grafton Avenue in South Hill. So what the noise assessment does, it considers the increase of noise caused by the development against the background noise levels. And this table shows the baseline and predicted noise levels at each of the sensitive receptors. And the first column here shows the existing background levels, and that's the level of noise which is exceeded 90% of the time. So that's generally the kind of quiet background noise. The second column shows the existing average sound level, which is slightly higher. And then you've got the noise impacts of the development here. So at each of those points during the daytime and the nighttime, there are the predicted noise levels which are from the development, from the fans and the cooling systems and the transformers which are in the BES compounds. And they're the noise levels there. And then you also there are penalties applied to certain types of noise. If they're tonal, there's a kind of 3 decibel addition to that. And then you have the kind of overall rating level. So that rating level can be compared to the background noise levels. And what it shows is that the noise levels of the proposed development will be below background noise levels at all receptors, apart from receptor A. And receptor A is that potential future receptor at the Persimmon site, southwest of the development. And that application hasn't been determined yet, but here noise would be, in the daytime, 1 decibel higher than background during the daytime, and 2 decibels higher during the nighttime. And that's really quite a low, negligible effect. And in planning policy terms, EMV 16, noise levels would not increase to an unacceptable level, and it's not considered to have a significant adverse impact on noise. The Environmental Health Officer has no objection subject to conditions, and those conditions include the testing of noise levels after the development's happened. Biodiversity. As I've noted, the site lies within the north-south wildlife corridor as set out in the Chickwell Neighbourhood Plan, which links to Radipole Lake. The existing habitats are around the arable fields, so that's the semi-improved grassland, the hedgerows, and the woodland block, some of which falls outside of the site, but here within the centre. And those features which make the biggest existing contribution to habitats are the kind of linear features. They're around the side of the sites, the hedges, and that they make the most positive contribution at the moment, because they allow that kind of route for wildlife along those linear routes. The fields, they also do have ecological value, but it's generally limited because they're arable farmland, and they're used for farming. The only habitat that's identified in the by the Dorset Environmental Record Centre as being existing ecological network is that woodland within the site and kind of outside of it, within the centre there, and there's a buffer zone around it. And where a site lies within a wildlife corridor, there is a general expectation that proposals should protect and enhance the corridor. Enhancement of wildlife corridors is supported by both the Chickwell Neighbour Plan and the Dorset Local Plan, policies CNP10 and ENV2. So just coming on to the impacts here, there will be some direct impacts on hedges and trees. In total, there's 150 metres of Category C hedgerow, which is proposed to be removed. Category C is low quality hedgerow. And the reason for those removals are to make way for access within and around the site. There's also 2 sections of Category C woodland as well, within Field 4 and 2, which total 200 square metres. Again, that's categorised as Category 3, which is low quality woodland. Overall, 95% of the hedgerows will be retained, and the loss of the hedgerow will be mitigated for through the planting of 590 metres of new hedgerow around the site, representing a 18.84 biodiversity net gain from the baseline of the site at the moment. Retained hedgerows and trees will be protected through the construction period subject to the conditions. And overall, the proposal is judged to protect the wildlife corridor, because what it does is there are a number of enhancements within the site. They are a combination of habitat creation, enhancement, and installing of physical features such as bird and bat boxes and reptile sites across the site. So they include 3.73 hectares of broadleaf woodland, 0.67 hectares of scrub, extensive tree planting, and a commitment to provide 12.44 hectares of neutral grassland. So the specific mitigation measures have been discussed with the Council's Natural Environment team, and what the Natural Environment team has requested over this, it's a kind of negotiation that happens during the application with the NET team. They requested that skylark plots were provided within the site to allow this species to continue breeding, and for the benefit of that species. Overall, there's a habitat gain here of 29.92 hectares, which is 29.92%, which is again an increase above the baseline. And just to note, members will be aware there's a 10% biodiversity net gain requirement. That for this application, that 10% gain doesn't apply. The application was submitted before then. So this is quite a significant benefit when they only need to provide 1%. The mitigation measures would be secured through a landscape and ecological management plan and the biodiversity plan, which requires monitoring with the natural environment teams. Overall, there is that enhancement to the wildlife corridor, and it also responds to the climate, ecological and nature emergencies with those net gains. In terms of highways, we have got highways officers on hand, and they'll be able to answer any kind of detailed questions on this. But just on the kind of the basic overview, these are the access proposals. There are large bits of kit that would need to be delivered to the site. This is the only vehicle access here, and there are proposed changes to that access to allow vehicles to safely enter the site. The development, when operational, would be generally unmanned and monitored remotely. So most of the vehicle impacts are during the construction period, and this plan just shows the construction vehicle route to the site. The construction period's estimated to take 18 months, and at the peak there would be 12 two-way HGVs during that period, and that's the kind of the peak impact of HGVs. And this just shows the route here coming off the main roundabout, linking up to the site. And highways officers have no objection, subject to detailed conditions and traffic impacts are not judged to be severe, and there aren't identified to be any highway safety concerns which would justify refusal of the application. So health and safety, fire risk is the main concern raised by objectors, and of course these developments aren't designed to catch on fire. That's something that can happen given the nature of lithium batteries and the risk of thermal runaway. So as set out in the report, objectors do raise wide-ranging concerns with fire safety, which focus on the lithium within the batteries themselves, the thermal runaway, and the potential impacts of a fire on the community and on the environment. There have also been some late comments from objectors, which have been shared with councillors, and they're fully they're published on the council's website and covered in the update report as well. So, how are local authorities meant to consider fire safety? Well, what the National Planning Practice Guidance tells us, which was produced last summer, is that when planning applications for development of battery energy storage systems of 1 megawatt hour or over, and excluding where battery energy storage systems are associated with residential dwelling, are submitted to a local planning authority, the local planning authority are encouraged to consult their local fire and rescue service as part of a formal period of public consultation prior to deciding the planning application. This is to ensure that the fire and rescue service are given the opportunity to provide their views on the application to identify the potential mitigations which could be put in place in the event of an incident, and so that these views can be taken into account when determining applications. Local planning authorities are encouraged to consider guidance produced by the National Fire Chiefs Council when determining the application. So in Dorset, we do have a consultation protocol, and we do consult the Fire and Rescue Service on all applications for battery energy storage, and that's what we've done in this case. And officers have considered the NFCC guidance, which, as you'll note from the update sheet, there is a draft update to that guidance, which is currently out for consultation. As it's out for consultation, it hasn't been adopted. It's given very limited weight in the planning application. But I'll note some of those points as we go through some of these slides. So the guidance from the National Fire Chiefs Council, it is guidance for local fire and rescue services. It was published last year. It sets out guidance related to a number of matters, some of which are really relevant to planning, and things like site layout and design, which we're looking at now, and they include the spacing of BESS units. What it suggests is that 6 meters before mitigation between BESS containers. It sets out guidance on separation from nearby uses, an initial minimum of 25 meters. It says that there shouldn't be any combustible vegetation within 10 meters of BESS containers. It sets out guidance on emergency access, having a minimum 2 accesses to account for wind speed and wind direction and firefighting. In terms of water supply, there are minimum recommendations here for hydrants delivering no less than 1,900 litres per minute for at least 2 hours, which equates to 223 cubic metres of water. And it also includes guidance on things which are less relevant to kind of the day-to-day planning of planning applications, and those are the guidance on the battery chemistry, guidance on battery safety features, testing, fire detection, monitoring, venting, signage and emergency plans. And the guidance cross-refers to other guidance as well, including the American NFPA 855, which is being used by a lot of in a lot of BESS applications and by the Fire and Rescue Service. So, as noted in the update sheet, the NFCC has recently launched a consultation on updated guidance. And just to note some of the things in that, on the 6 metre spacing guidance, that's proposed to be removed. Instead, what the new guidance says is that it should be adequate to ensure that heat from a thermal event in one BESS container will not trigger a secondary event. The new guidance says that it's preferable to have an alternative access to the site. The guidance on water supply is for 1,500 litres a minute for 2 hours rather than 1,900 litres a minute. And it sets out an initial minimum distance of 30 metres to other buildings beyond the site perimeter. But ultimately that should take account of assessment and vapour clouds and the mitigation within a scheme. So it's draft guidance. It's afforded very limited weight at this stage, even though some of those guidance points are becoming less stringent. And officers have considered the application against the current guidance, and that's been informed by an independent peer review by Hydrock, which is a consultant instructed by the council to consider this. And we've also had the comments from the Dorset Fire and Rescue Service, which is set out in the committee report. So I'm going to go through some of the design changes here which have happened over the course of the application in direct response to comments and concerns about fire safety. So secondary access, access to the site. What we have here is the original plan as submitted when the application came in, and we have the revised plan. And the site would be accessed from one point here to the north, and what the applicant has amended through the course of the application is to have a route which branches off here and allows access all around the outside of these the BES compounds. And this would give a fire and rescue service, in the event that there was a fire, an option to tackle a fire and approach it from different directions. Objectors have noted that the site only has one access, but this is quite a large site, and the fork in the road here is about 100 metres away. So that's a significant distance from the closest, assuming there's a fire at the closest BES container, that's a significant distance. So it's considered to be, multiple accesses around the outside of the site that a fire could be approached from. The applicant has amended the proposals to introduce passing places along some of these routes here so that fire service appliances can pass one another. The water tanks have been repositioned slightly to make sure that they are 10 metres away from the closest BES container. Landscaping has also been tweaked so that there's nothing within 10 metres, and there's a condition to require that landscaping is managed and maintained over the life of the development. And the applicant has specified the battery and BES container manufacturer, which is BYD, and it's their MC cubed energy storage system. So they've actually specified what the BES containers would be, which isn't ordinary. I don't know whether it's ordinarily done or not, but it's not always done at the planning application stage. But for us, what that means is that there's greater knowledge and awareness of what those BES containers would have in terms of safety features. And also the proposal has been amended to have an emergency service information point, which is at the kind of fork in the road here. And that would be a point where there'd be details of the emergency site information for isolation points and details of the specific hazards of the site if emergency services needed to attend an incident. So as set out in the committee report, the BES containers have a range of inbuilt safety features, and that's from knowing what they are, and they aim to prevent thermal runaway occurring in the first place. And just to touch on some of those safety features, they are set out in the report as well. But each cabinet would have each cabinet within a BES container. So there's 10 cabinets within a BES container would have its own detectors for humidity, water, smoke, and heat, and these would be calibrated to detect early signs of a fire. Each BES container would have a battery management system, which gives information on energy capacity, thermal status, detection, and that would all be monitored on and off site. Each of the cabinets within the BES would have a battery cooling system, and that's to keep the battery temperatures at a lower level and stop charging those batteries if certain temperatures are reached. And they'd include pulsed aerosol systems as well for the sensing the heat and smoke. There'd also be alarms, visual and audible alarms on the units. And the risk of thermal runaway can only be reduced. It can't be entirely eliminated. So there are mitigative measures as well. So that's if a fire has started to occur and there is a thermal runaway, there are inbuilt safety features within the proposals as well. So there is firstly the fire detection system. There's a gas suppression system. There's the separation distances between the BES cabinets, and as set out in the report, the spacing between the cabinets is 3 meters. That's been assessed and justified through CFD analysis, computational fluid dynamic modelling, and test results which show that the risks of a fire spreading from one BES unit to another would be low. And that's because it's out in the report, but the heat received at the adjacent unit would be 7.5 kilowatts a square metre, which is below the building reg standard of 12.6 kilowatts a square metre. And that spacing satisfies the NFPA 855 standards for that closer spacing. There would also be water tanks on and around the site to aid firefighting, and they'd be connected to a system that goes around the site so that fire services could kind of tap in and use that water around the site. And there's a fire service information point at the entrance to the site, and there's also the access and passing points as well, which allow for firefighting from different angles. In terms of flammable gas buildup, which can be one of the can be one of the impacts of a fire. There are mitigations for that, and there's gas detection, and there's a ventilation system as well to reduce gas buildup within the units. And additionally, there'd be fencing and CCTV around the site, and there's the measures to contain fire service runoff within the site as well. So there's an impermeable layer, and the attenuation basins would essentially contain fire water so that it could be treated and decontaminated on site before it gets into any watercourse. So the applicant has modelled a series of scenarios for a fire occurring. They've looked at what happens if there's a fire in one of the BES cabinets. There's 10 cabinets within each BES unit. So they've looked at a fire in one of those cabinets. They've looked at a fire on 5 of those cabinets, that's half of a BES, and they've looked at a full BES container fire. And they've looked at that with different wind speeds as well, 6 meters a second and 30 meters a second. The council's consultant considers that a single BES fire is a reasonable kind of worst case scenario of a BES fire on site. And what the applicants assessed is they've assessed the high wind speed scenario on what that would mean for heat, hydrogen fluoride, and for visibility. And they've looked, for the worst case scenario here, they've looked at the BES unit, which is closest to the off-site buildings to the west and closest to the residential properties on Cold Harbour. In terms of heat, which is this plan here, what it shows is that heat would be localised to the BES container and would not affect the neighbouring site. In terms of hydrogen fluoride, which is one of the most harmful chemicals given off by a BES fire, the toxic quantities would only be present very close to the BES container. So the risk there is to firefighters tackling the blaze, and you can't really see the area on there, but it is very close to the BES container. In terms of visibility, a BES fire, there would be a lot of smoke over a large area. It would be visible, similar to a lot of fires which are visible from a wide area. But what the applicants assessed here is would visibility be impaired? And the importance of that is to make sure that there's a means of escape that can be seen and visible. And the visibility would only be impaired very close to the BES unit. So again, that would be a concern for the fire and rescue service, but it's that is very close to the site. and it wouldn't affect the visibility on the neighbouring site or the access track or along Cold Harbour, which would still be accessible and visible. So whilst the risk of a fire can't be eliminated, the peer review process has demonstrated that the proposal includes appropriate safety measures and the site design is appropriate for the surrounding context. The Fire and Rescue Service hasn't raised an objection. There are a number of detailed planning conditions in relation to fire safety, and I'll just touch on some of those. You've got condition 10 on landscaping, requiring that their landscaping is maintained 10 metres away from a BES unit. There's a pollution control measures by the Environment Agency. There's an emergency response plan, requirements for the water tanks, the battery specification. The battery specification is important because this testing and the assessment is done on what the applicant has specified. So they are required to use that battery type because another type of battery could have different effects. And then there's a condition on the fire risk management strategy as well. Pollution, flood risk and drainage. As explained in the committee report, the strategy to prevent pollution, the strategy is to prevent pollution and manage flood risk and drainage has evolved over the course of the application. The BES compounds would be impermeable. The swales and attenuation ponds here, 2 on this field and one down this field, would also be impermeable. They'd include penstock valves so that they could effectively be shut and contain any fire water in the event of a fire occurring. And there's no objection from the lead local flood authority or from the Environment Agency subject to planning conditions. And those planning conditions are bespoke. They talk about the risk of fire water on the site as well. So overview of the key planning issues. As I've set out, the 2 principal conditions here on Policy Sus 2 and Policy Com 11, and the Policy Com 11 supports renewable energy wherever possible, providing that the benefits of development, such as contribution towards renewable energy targets, significantly outweigh any harm. There is harm that's been identified in terms of landscape and limited harm of the best and most versatile agricultural land. There aren't significant adverse impacts on residential amenity, so the principle of the development is considered to be acceptable. On the best and most versatile agricultural land, the loss is considered to be limited, and it's considered to be acceptable under ENV 8, given the retention of that land would be inconsistent with other policy and sustainability considerations. Landscape and visual impact, there will be significant adverse impacts localised to 2 viewpoints at year 1 and during the construction period, but over time they would reduce to non-significant levels. There is extensive new woodland planting across the site, which would mitigate the visual impact to a good degree, and there would be no harm to views of the Dorset AONB. The Dorset AONB team do not object to the proposals, and neither does the council's landscape officer. The right-of-way, there is, as set out in the report, considered to be a degradation of that footpath along the south of the site, and that's because in the visuals we looked at, it is clearly visible within viewpoint 1, within viewpoint 6. But over time, that would be mitigated through the new planting, and it would also be mitigated through what the applicant proposes to do for opening up new routes through the site, north to south through the site and across the top of the site, and 2 fields, 5 and 6, which would be public accessible. So, the impacts on right-of-way are considered to be mitigated, but there would need to be those new permissive routes would need to be secured, and that's proposed through a Section 106 agreement. As I've said, impacts on noise and residential amenity aren't considered to be significant or a reason for refusal. In terms of biodiversity, overall there's a biodiversity net gain, which would enhance the wildlife corridor. Highways, there isn't an objection from the Highways Authority. Impacts would not be severe, and there aren't any highway safety concerns. I've explained on health and safety just now, so I won't go into that, and I'll obviously answer any questions there are as well. I've also explained on pollution. So yeah, overall, in the report, there's a balancing judgment to be made. On the kind of one hand, there's the significant weight to climate change, energy security and renewable energy benefits, moderate weight to the benefits of biodiversity and the wildlife corridor, moderate weight to the construction jobs of the application, and then that's against the moderate visual harm that's been judged from some of those close range viewpoints and the limited harm to biodiversity. So together, the collective benefits are considered to significantly outweigh the harm of the development. And the recommendation here is a two-parter. So part A of the recommendation is to, in summary, grant with a section 106 for permissive footpath routes through the site, as shown on the landscaping plan, and publicly accessible recreational space within fields 5 and 6 for the lifetime of the development. And then there are a number of conditions here. I will just skim through these, and there's an update sheet as well, which picks up a couple of changes on them, but there's a five-year limit for implementation that's considered reasonable given the kind of complexity of the development. The standard approved plans condition, the development being temporary for 40 years, what happens after that in terms of decommissioning, a construction traffic management plan, construction environmental management plan to control the environmental impacts during construction period. There's the high voltage cable diversion and cable connection to the Chickfrel substation. And just to update on that one, there was that, in the report there's an objection from SSEN, which manages that high voltage cable. And that came in very late. They were consulted twice, and they only provided a response after the report was published. But they've essentially said that their objection could be resolved through suitable conditions. And what they have asked since the report was published is that the condition cross-refers to consultation with them when details are submitted to discharge that condition, and we think that's reasonable. So we're just suggesting a addition to require that consultation in the condition. Condition 9 there on the external colours of the equipment within the site. There's a landscaping condition on the detailed landscaping and trees, and for that to be maintained for the first 5 years as is standard. There's a surface water drainage conditions, pollution control conditions, which are from the Environment Agency. There's an emergency response plan condition, which is from the NFCC guidance. Noise mitigation conditions from the Environmental Health Officer to require that those levels are met. Measures to manage unexpected contamination on the site. The water tanks being provided and filled. External lighting details to be submitted, the batteries to actually be the batteries that were submitted because they're the ones that have been tested and specified. The landscape and ecological management plan to manage those ecological benefits across the site, the biodiversity plan, the fire risk management strategy, and I've just to note as well that there's a proposal in the update sheet to update that condition, and through kind of further liaison with the applicant, they've suggested some updates to that condition, which I think officers have reviewed that, and I think in fairness, the suggestions that have made make the condition more specific in terms of what it requires. And there's also a late addition here. I can show the detailed wording if that comes up in questions, but to also require as part of that condition, liaison with 24-hour off-site and manned control rooms which monitor battery conditions on a live basis. So that's all part of the battery management system, but to explicitly put that into the condition as well, so that those details come in as part of that pre-commencement condition. There are also high-risk conditions on the spec, access, improvement works, turning and manoeuvring, and for trees as well, managing trees within the site, and for pollution verification. So that's in the event of a fire occurring on the site, verifying that it's all been removed after an event. So that's recommendation A. Recommendation B if the Section 106 hasn't been agreed within 6 months, or another time agreed by the head of planning, it's to refuse the application, and that's on the basis that the measures that are in the proposed Section 106 won't have been secured, so there would be a detrimental impact on the public right-of-way network in conflict with Policy COM7. Thank you. That concludes my officer presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful we're an hour and a quarter into this. I calculate 3 minutes each for our objectors, and then I propose we take a comfort break, I think is the vernacular for it now, but it'll involve lavatories and water, I'm sure. So the list I have here is Dr. Guy Dickinson, Dr. Fannin, Helen Hazel, and John Perrott. Do you wish to speak in that order, or you do? So can I invite Dr. Guy Dickinson for his representation?
My name's actually Rupert Hardy, and I'm reading out Dr. Guy Dickinson's statement as he's recovering from recent spinal injury and surgery. We are both CPRE volunteers. That's the Campaign to Protect Rural England. He is chair of West Dorset CPRE. Usually CPRE concentrates on protecting the countryside, and it will continue to do so, including applications like this, sited on green fields and being very close to the Dorset National Landscape, or AONB. However, we are also very concerned about protecting local lives and people's safety. The oft-stated single most important role of government is to ensure the safety of its citizens, in this case from a vast lithium-based battery energy storage system, or BESS, close to human habitation. Whatever reports are commissioned by the applicant, no one can be anywhere near certain of their safety. They are potentially lethal. This one is extremely large. It's around 100 meters from housing, very close indeed with a toxic cloud, and if other proposed housing is approved, much closer still. There are regular accounts from around the world of fatal incidents with these lithium BESSes. Most recently last month in South Korea, in which 23 people died. One BESS fire spontaneously started after 7 years with no warning. If safety cannot be absolutely assured, and it patently cannot, this BESS must not be built in this location. To do so would be utterly irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rupert, and obviously we wish Guy a speedy recovery. We are actually joined by a ward member online at the moment, so if you don't mind if I can squeeze them in, because they've got another meeting to go to. It's a ward member for Chickerell reading a joint statement for the 2 ward members there. Jill, can you hear me okay? Are you able to join us?
Yes, I can, and thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me to go a bit ahead in the agenda. As I say, I've got a meeting in about 10 minutes. This is a joint statement from myself, Councillor Jill Taylor, and my colleague, Councillor Simon Clifford. We both represent Chickerell Ward on Dorset Council, and we are both Cabinet members on Dorset Council. We are also members of Weymouth Town Council. There are 3 parts to this statement. First, the green agenda. Second, safety. And third, the local views. We have both championed the green agenda in our public positions, in our political literature and within Dorset Council. Just over a week ago, we both voted in favour of declaring a nature emergency and have supported elements of the climate emergency declared by the previous political administration. So we have both looked carefully at this planning proposal within that context. Simon is very clear that he has concerns over the green claims within this application. He comments that the amount of lithium required is of serious concern and in his view calls into question some of the environmental claimed benefits. However, we are both of the mind that the climate emergency is such that compromises have to be made. This brings me to safety aspects. There has been much to and fro about the fire risks attached to this site. Lithium can be highly dangerous, and the proximity to housing is something that has been a concern and mitigated to some extent. However, we both remain unconvinced, though, that enough has been done to satisfy local residents. Finally, that brings me to the local population. Over the past few months, we have both knocked on hundreds, in fact probably a couple of thousand doors in Chickerell, both for the local and then for the general elections. I can say, hand on heart, that we cannot remember a single conversation with local residents that was supportive of this scheme. People do not want this scheme close to their homes. They are worried about the safety issues, they are not convinced about the environmental benefits, and they have taken a strong view against the planning application. In my view, and I know Simon thinks the same, the applicants have not done enough to satisfy the valid concerns of our residents. As councillors, we are both able to access information and mitigation that helps us understand the detail of this plan. We have a role to help local people do the same and are trying our best. But in reality, it is down to the applicant to win over hearts and minds, to see the plans meet with a positive response from local people. The applicant has failed to do that.
Jill,
In fact,
that's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just finish? Just 2
Yes, Jill.
seconds. Okay. In short, just hold on. As councillors, we stand up for our local residents. They have spoken and they do not want the scheme so close to their homes. We understand that. We support that. We ask the planning committee to respect that. And I'd like to apologise for going slightly over time. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Jill. Can I invite Dr. Farron to speak now?
Good morning, Chair and members. My nuclear physics doctorate has helped me to get to grips with the chemistry of storage batteries, but I am grateful for the further education support and advice provided by Professor Pete Dobson and Professor Pete Edwards of Oxford University Chemistry Department. Lithium-ion battery technology was first developed there, and they know what they're talking about. Battery energy storage systems, known as BESS, do not produce any new energy, but are charged up from the national grid when demand is low. Energy is discharged back to the grid when demand is higher. The round trip of charging and discharging involves an energy loss of between 10 and 20%, but still turns a handsome profit. The case officer claims that electrical energy in a battery storage system could somehow preferentially support Dorset households. This is a serious misconception. The energy going back to the grid becomes part of the energy available to all British users. Everyone gets their energy from the electricity from the national grid. There's no other route. This proposed BESS would be the second largest in the world, slap bang in the middle of a popular tourist area, around 100,000 people in this vicinity in the summer. The only larger BESS, at 3,000 megawatt hours, is in California in the middle of a wildlife and marine sanctuary, far from any residential area. BESS are highly dangerous. There have been 89 BESS fires so far around the world, and they have all produced toxic smoke. If this occurred at Chickerell, a toxic plume could spread over the Weymouth and Chickerell area. Experts admit that all BESS will suffer at least one fire during their service life. In response to the Hydrock consultancy questionnaire, the applicant agreed with this. But logically, a giant BESS could suffer several fires. But don't worry, they say, we will always put them out with no harm to anyone. And how can they be sure of that? There are no statutory regulations for these items. Would any of you buy a house built without regard to building regulations? There are standards, of course, but they cannot be legally enforced and the technology is still evolving. Little is known of how lithium cells age, and there are no means of checking how safe they are at any time. Without warning, just one of the 2.5 million cells in this BESS could suffer a short circuit and burst into flames with thermal runaway, toxic gas, and a possible explosion. And remind you that the explosive power of each of these 600 containers is equivalent to about 4 tons of TNT. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Hazel, you're next to speak.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Do we need this gigantic battery storage facility so near thousands of homes, schools, police station, football stadium, also 3 care homes and a hospital, to name but a few? One battery would be one too many on the proposed site. There are more suitable sites. There will be much destruction of flora and fauna during construction should this application go ahead, with the removal of hedges and the widening of the access point. This will take many years to recover, if ever. Dorset Council has just announced a nature emergency. In the Planning Officer's report under 9.42, part of it, I quote, "The responsibility to help increase the use and supply of green energy does not mean that the need for renewable energy automatically overrides environmental protections. Given the location of the proposed site, particular regard must be had for the protection of the countryside, environmental constraints, the potential loss of agricultural land and the likely effect of the development on its surroundings," unquote. By allowing public access to the proposed community orchard, this will have an impact upon any remaining wildlife, with uncontrolled dogs destroying the ground nesting skylarks habitat, which are on the red list. The disturbance to residents of Chickham and Cold Harbour will be significant due to heavy plant machinery movements which will affect the quality of life and well-being of residents. Cold Harbour itself, a rural road, is therefore unsuitable for these kinds of movements. At the bottom of School Hill, there is an access-only 7.5-tonne weight limit from the junction of East Street. Should this be waived for 18 months for Statera to build their ill-thought-out 600-container BESS scheme? The route has not been carefully thought out. These are rural roads which the applicant is expecting numerous HGV movements per day, including the transport of an enormous 112-tonne transformer on a narrow, winding road. Article 8 of the Human Rights Act states, "Respect private and family life and well-being of residents. Dorset Council has a duty of care to its residents." I hope you will seriously consider refusing this application. It presents a major fire risk to residents should there be a fire. It is too big, too near housing, and contravenes the neighbourhood plan. Members of the committee, what is the point of Chickham Town Council spending a lot of time and money creating, consulting and agreeing a neighbourhood plan for Dorset Council to subsequently agree if it is to be ridden roughshod over by developers? I urge you, Dorset Council, to refuse this application. Thank you.
Hazel, thank you very much. John, good to put a face to an email. Your 3 minutes, John.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. 3 local councils have objected to this application, together with 5 councillors, 2 MPs, hundreds and hundreds of residents, the Chickerell Action Group, the Weymouth Civic Society, CPRE, need I go on? When they objected, they didn't mention planning policies. Many aren't familiar with them. No, they voiced common sense. If you're going to build a BESS with its inherent risk of fire, explosion and toxic plume, you don't build it near to residential housing, particularly, councillors, when there are alternative sites available. Because of its huge size, up until 2021, this application would have been decided by the National Planning Inspectorate. During that exhaustive process, they'd called technical expert witnesses to help in their decision. But with respect, you are not technical experts, and nor is the case officer. Whilst you aren't, there are a number within the list of objectors who are scientists, risk management experts, safety management professionals, and so on, All have tried within the constraints of the planning system to tell you of their grave concerns, all voicing common sense. The applicant will say it's perfectly safe. A simple web search will tell you that it's not. If you were deciding on an application to build housing, things would be easier. At least then you'd have the peace of mind to know that houses would be built according to building regulations. Not so with the BESS. There are no regulations, no health and safety rules, nothing. To a large extent, the applicant can build how he wishes. And who's going to inspect that work as he does so? Nobody. No building inspector, nobody. It's all very well saying in planning conditions that the BESS is to be assembled in accordance with the manufacturer's documentation. But who in the council is qualified to police and enforce that condition? Nobody. And the NPPF clearly says that conditions should be necessary, relevant, precise, reasonable, and enforceable. So if the condition is not enforceable, the NPPF says it shouldn't be there. The NPPF also says avoid those conditions that are required to be discharged before development commences. Why then is the case officer ignoring that and recommending 14 such conditions? These include the provision of such things as a safety management statement, emergency response plans. Councillors, this is not an outline planning application, so don't you think the NPPF should be upheld and you should know the detail of such important statements and plans before you actually make a decision? Are you going to put your name to a decision without knowing all the facts? Councillors, let common sense prevail. The risks in a BESS can be mitigated against, but they cannot be eliminated. Don't put that risk close to people's homes, particularly when it isn't necessary. I urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, John, very much. We're now going to take a 10-minute break, and we will return with the applicant's representations and responses to those representations if you don't feel they were included in your pre-written response. Thank you. 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the next part of the meeting. So Stratera have two delegates wishing to speak, Andrew Troop and Dave Etheridge. Do you wish to speak in that order? Okay, so I invite Andrew Troop to make his presentation. Other way round. Sorry, when your microphone is green, you can't be heard. It's not green for go, it's green for just a moment.
Okay, is that working okay? Thank you. Good morning, committee. My name is Dave Etheridge and I'm the former Chief Fire Officer of Oxfordshire Fire and Rescue Service. I now run my own consultancy firm and I provide independent fire advice to Stratera. With reference to lithium ion, if we were to look at Apple as a company, there are nearly 3 billion iPhones and iPads in existence in the world. Many, many millions of them are plugged in every day and charged up, and unplugged and used also every single day. They all contain lithium-ion batteries. We trust Apple with that technology. If you were to multiply that Apple safety many, many times, that's the level of Stratera safety that we're talking about in this application. We've been working with Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Service since March 23, and we've incorporated all of their feedback into the scheme design. We have a fire liaison framework in place with Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service, which is Stratera's safety framework and a commitment as to how they will continue to work with the local fire service going forward. The same fire liaison framework is in place with 11 other fire and rescue services in the UK, which means now that 25% of the UK Fire and Rescue Service has signed up to the Stratera approach in relation to communications and safety. Each battery conforms to UL standard 9540. That's the highest international standard. It's designed that if there ever was a fire involving one of the cells, it will not spread. These are not shipping containers. They are single cube cabinets. Each individual cabinet has its own heat, smoke, vapor sensors and detectors, and its own fire suppression system. The planning officer mentioned earlier on that they are 3 meters apart. Interestingly, if you apply the new National Fire Chief's guidance to this proposal, then the spacing between the meters could be reduced to less than 1 meter because of the safety technology being implemented. To prevent thermal runaway, each battery is thermally monitored. Each individual battery, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It will be automatically shut down if it starts to operate beyond its parameters, and it can also be manually, remotely shut down as well. One of the speakers, Dr. Farron, mentioned the fire that occurred in South Korea. That was not involving a battery energy storage system. That was a lithium-ion battery factory for making car batteries. Next month, Stratera will open their own monitoring centre, which will monitor every single battery and site across the UK. That's another layer of safety, another layer of security, and that site will be manned 24/7. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Mr. Andrew Troop, one of the directors of Stratera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the founder director of Stratera, and we were the first company to build. Okay. I'm allowed to start again, right? Okay. Andrew Troop, founder director at Stratera. We started building batteries. We were the first to build batteries 7 years ago, and we're about to complete our 1,000th megawatt constructed. And through that 7 years, we've never had an incident. It is simply not in our interest not to take the absolute safest, stringent compliance with these regulations, codes and standards, which are all published on the government website. Now, I've only got a few seconds, but the point to make is that we would never get this insured or bank financed unless we covered every single detail. And further, the insurers require us to, on a 2-yearly basis, show audit reports to that effect. So we've never had an incident in 7 years. We're nearly up to 1,000 megawatts now. We're looking at some very, very, very large sites, including a gigawatt site in Dudley. And we're extremely confident. But that is the point. We would never get this built because we'd never get insurance if we didn't stick to these regulations, which are very clearly set out. Thank you.
Thank you. You were well within your time limit. Is there anything that hasn't been covered that you wish to respond to from those objecting?
Yeah, just to be clear and give everybody context, there's 48,000 megawatts of installed capacity in the world. So that's roughly 120 of the size of Chickerell. This country's got 4,000 megawatts deployed. There's going to be 6,000 megawatts deployed by the end of the year. It's an absolutely essential part if you want to meet net zero. You simply cannot balance the system any other way. Of those 48,000, there have only been a couple of instances where there's actually been a spread from one container to another. In no circumstances yet, in the 10 years we've had grid-scale batteries, has there ever been an entire site that's gone up. Nowhere near it.
Thank you very much. So I now invite elected members, if they have any questions. Okay, before, okay. So just, Matt, is there anything you wish to respond to there?
Sorry, wrong button. I'll just provide a kind of a brief response to some of those comments, just in the order that that they were made. But there were comments about the fatal fire incidents and incidents around the world. There has been one recorded incident in the UK at a Liverpool BES site, from which lessons have been learned, and it's true that there are fires at other installations. The comment from the ward councillor, there's a point about being unconvinced with the safety. Just to note that this has been really carefully considered by officers, by the council's independent consultant as part of their peer review. There's a comment about there being significant number of objections. I just note that they are covered in the report, and there are also 16 letters of support as well. We don't state where those people live. Dr. Fannin made a comment there about potential my presentation being misleading in saying how many households would be served by this development. I thought I was clear in the presentation, but that was provided as an example. Electricity would go back into the grid, and it wouldn't be safeguarded for those households within the site. Comments about whether this is the largest development in the world. I've gone through the REPD data in my presentation. There are large schemes coming forward in the pipeline in planning at the moment that are of a significant scale, but we don't have the megawatt hours of those developments. There was a question from Hazel about the need for these types of developments and why they're needed. The NPPF says on renewable energy that the applicant isn't required to state the need for such developments, and effectively the application is to be assessed on its merit as it is put forward. There's a comment from John Fannin about the alternative site search, and that's not a requirement. There may well be. Hopefully, there are other sites across the country for BES developments, but if there's a site that's better suited, it doesn't mean that it must be developed first. We have assessed this site in the planning application, and there were comments about the nationally significant infrastructure planning regime. So not too long ago, schemes of 50 megawatts above went to the Secretary of State. We as local authorities and officers are required to assess those. We call on expert consultees. We've instructed a consultant, and we have considered comments by the Fire and Rescue Service. In terms of there's a comment on the conditions as well. And the pre-commencement conditions are considered necessary given the type of this development. And just to say on the comments from the applicant as well, we know that the applicant is Stratera. Plan of permission, of course, runs with the land, and that's why we have conditions which are not kind of applicant specific. As with any site, they can always be sold, and we want to make sure that any developer that comes forward with his site has those strict requirements as set out in the planning conditions. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you very much for that. So this next part of the meeting is to open up to elected members who have technical questions that they wish to ask of the officer. I've got questions from councillors Taylor, Took and Flowers, and I'll move on from then. So, David Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. It's Councillor David Taylor here from Chalmers, Dorset Council, sorry. Looking at the application, there are several things I've actually written in which I didn't quite understand, so if I can elaborate, is that okay, Chair? Yeah. Okay. My feeling is the fact is that with the batteries themselves, one of the questions that's sticking in my head at all times, if there is an accident with these batteries and we're saying we're fighting it with water, which is what is being said, I don't see that as quite effective as fighting a lithium battery, which can explode and jet flames everywhere. So I'm a bit concerned about the fact that there is only a water system there. The second question is the runoff. If there is a possibility of an accident, the runoff goes off, where does it go? And what does it contain? Because the lithium batteries obviously contain chemicals which must be spilled out if an accident does happen. There was also an object about the bedding in of units. Now we know that some of this area is in a floodplain, and therefore the bedding in obviously goes lower. So how is that self-contained from the flooding in case of flooding on the plane itself? So there's three questions there. But the overall question I was looking at really was the fact that the safeguarding, and there is a big safeguarding, of what happens if this goes wrong. Because I can tell you water is not good enough for it only. Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm missing a button, so I'll keep pressing the wrong one as well. Thanks for the question. The guidance that we have to go on is from the National Fire Chiefs Council. That's what they say they require, water, and they set out the amount that they need, 1,900 litres. Yeah, so that's what they say they need. If they said they needed something else, that would be a material planning consideration that we consider. So that's where we're getting it from. The fire service isn't saying they need anything else to put on the fire. And I think the general kind of guidance on lithium BESS fires is that once a thermal runaway is started, there's little that can be done to really stop it. So the firefighting is defensive, and it's to cool the adjacent units down. So that comes on to your second question about the runoff and what happens with all of that. The runoff would be from the water that's put near the fire. It can get chemicals in it through the fire, including hydrofluoric acid. As a council, we've consulted the Environment Agency about this. It's one of the first concerns they brought up when the application was submitted. And the applicant has designed the scheme so that you have these, the bedded in platforms. Fire water would be contained within that, and they would be channeled then to the attenuation ponds. Those attenuation ponds, there were kind of 3 around the site. They would be impermeable, as would the compounds, and there would be penstock valves on those attenuation ponds, so that the fire water would be kept on site. It could then be treated on site, and there's a condition there about contamination in the event of a fire being treated on site. I'm hoping that answers your third question about them being bedded in.
Yeah, I understand the principle of what you're saying. The fact is, like, coming back to the fire procedures and water, therefore we're saying that if this goes off, we've only got water at the best to deal with this. Now, to me, that's not good enough. You know, if we have a fire in buildings, if there is something like a smoke bloom or a carbon dioxide system, there's something else we can use to actually stop the fire. It's not being shown here, so therefore I don't feel as though it's safe. And that to me, there's no safeguarding being applied to it after. Coming back to your bedding in and the water tables, we're saying, if I correct myself, there's 240,000 gallons going out on this. Are those pits big enough to contain all that water? And what do you do with it after? Because you can't just leave it there. Where do you take it to and how do you treat it? It's backup, safeguarding, and that's what I'm looking at, Chair, is the fact that I don't feel it's there. But thank you.
Thank you. If I can just maybe help the officer at this point with some additional information. Just to remind us, the applicant did state that the primary firefighting is actually by gas within the unit. So water isn't the primary and sole fire extinguishing. We've got lots of mitigations before that we understand, which is shutting it down should it start running beyond its perimeters, gas suppression of fire, and secondarily water. But
if I may just come back on. Sorry, I thought your question was about how to kind of treat it on site if a fire's kind of happened, hence the water. But yeah, there's all the stuff in the battery unit themselves, and I think there's a follow-up question there about, you know, are the drainage ponds big enough for this amount of water? I think it's about 230 cubic meters of water. The ponds, they're about kind of 500 meters squared, about 1.8 meters depth. There's, you know, significant capacity within those ponds, and exactly how that decontamination would happen in the event of a fire, there's a condition on that, and naturally the Environment Agency would be a key consultee in that situation.
thank you very much. Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. David Took, Councillor for Cranbourne and Alderholt. Couple of things, if I may. First of all, Officer made reference just now to paragraph 163A of the NPPF, which says that schemes for renewables don't require to be... This isn't a renewable scheme. It's storing energy from the grid to feed back into the grid. It's not renewable. And I'm not therefore sure quite where the carbon footprint saving comes. This is energy that's been generated, stored, and will be released. So I don't see a great deal of saving on carbon. We're willing to be educated on that. My second point is to do with site access. The fire advice I've seen from Dorset and Wilts, I think it was, says that suitable facilities for safely accessing the site should be provided. Planners must consider the impact of a wind direction on access and egress from the site, which may impose operational constraints and inevitable delay in firefighting. There is only one access to this site. It then forks into two, but the one access is from one northerly point. If you've got a southerly wind, then the toxic fumes will be blowing straight at that. I think the advice that I read, or my interpretation of that advice, would be that there should be access points from different directions in order to consider the impact of wind direction on access and egress from the site. Could we have a little bit further information on that, please? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, there's a question about the carbon savings of this development, and about whether this scheme would kind of generate energy. And I think the Energy Act has been amended to acknowledge that batteries are a distinct form of generation. So in that sense, we are, treating this as something that can generate renewable and non-renewable energy, because it's taken from the grid. And the grid, we know, the target is to decarbonise that grid over time. Target is by 2030. So at the moment, some of the electricity coming out your socket is from renewable sources, some is from non-renewable sources. And as I say in the report, there are some instances where renewable energy needs to be curtailed because there's too much, it's too windy, it's too sunny, there's too much going into the grid. And explained in section 15, what battery developments do is they reduce the need for curtailment by allowing more kind of inputs to the grid. So there are sustainability benefits from that. They've been assessed in the applicant's environmental statement. The council's sustainability team has reviewed those assessments. They say that they're reasonable. So that's where the carbon savings are. In terms of the access, yes, there is only one access into the site. Sites, as I showed on that plan, the site is really large, and you've got that fork in the road just as you come off Cold Harbour, and that fork's about 100 metres away from the closest BES fire. So you're looking at the kind of worst case scenario there. At that point, any emergency services attending the site would have the information box, and they'd be aware of which way the smoke is blowing, and they could then decide whether to approach the fire from the northwest or from the south. So there are different routes in, and the guidance talks about the current guidance is about being 25 metres away from surrounding buildings. So having an access where it forks 100 metres away, would seem to be suitable, and there's no objection from the fire and rescue service about those access arrangements.
Thank you very much. David, do you wish to come back on that?
Please. I can see if the grid was entirely populated by renewable generated energy, then there would be a carbon saving. But the amount depends on what is generating the energy that you are then storing. And at the moment, it could all be from a coal-fired power station. There's no way of doing it. So if you can differentiate between the way the energy is generated and what proportion of renewable you're storing, then I guess you can do the calculation. But at the moment, there's no split like that. And to say that an energy system generates, it sort of defies the idea of what a battery actually is. However, and in terms of access, there's still one point of access. And if the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, it's going to be very difficult to get in through off Cold Harbour Lane, even if it's 100 metres away, because the toxic plumes are fairly toxic. And we don't want to put firefighters in danger. So I hear what you say on that, but I'm not entirely satisfied that it is entirely safe. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Spencer.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, my question is going to relate to the temporary 40-year permission. Two elements of that. One, is it absolute or is it open to extension on requests from the applicant? And secondly, given the changes in technology that we see almost on a weekly basis now, 40 years is a huge period of time, and one could expect significant changes in renewable energy technology during that time, such that it may or may not make such a facility we're being asked to consider this morning redundant, in which case are there provisions in the terms that allow the council to insist on the removal of all of the equipment that we're talking about, should it turn out that that particular technology is overtaken by significant changes worldwide, let alone in this country? Thank you.
Do you wish to come back?
Thank you. The 40-year limit on the lifetime of the development, that's set out in the planning conditions. Planning conditions under the current system, because we don't know what the system could look like in 40 years' time as well, can currently be amended via Section 73 applications for minor material amendments. And at the time, any application will be considered on its own merits, and all we have to go on today is what we've got in front of us. So there is a 40-year limit of that condition, and that is set out in the condition wording. It's true we don't know what technology will look like in 40 years. It's changing very rapidly. The consensus is that batteries are needed at the moment. From Section 15 sets out the various scales of that need. That they are a requirement at the moment. We don't know what the need will be in 40 years' time for types of development, but it is a commercial venture, and that lifetime of the development could indeed be prior to 40 years if, say, there was no need in 20 years' time or whatever it might be.
Spencer, do you wish to come back?
The officer who didn't answer my question. My question was, in the event that the technology becomes redundant, what provisions does this council have to insist on the removal of all of the equipment currently being proposed in the openness of our countryside? That's my point, and it links very much to the ecological aspects of this council's thinking, as you were aware, Chairman.
Matthew.
Apologies, sir. So we have the condition there. If it's redundant on condition 4, that we can enforce on the removal of that equipment, and that's out in the committee report.
Are you content? Thank you. A few people have caught my eye, so Councillors Ridout, Borden, Coombs and Northern, in that order, please. Councillor Ridout.
Councillor Belinda Ridout, Gillingham Ward. First question, statement as well. Access. I am a little unhappy. There are not 2 accesses, as advised by the Fire and Rescue Service. And in my mind, not just for the smoke and the toxic fumes, but also, should there be a restriction on that top row, Code Harbour Lane, I think it's called, what would happen then if they couldn't actually get into the site? So I wondered if that has actually been considered. Secondly, the water supply. I note there's 4 big tanks on the site. I think you said they're all connected, and do they automatically refill? They're being used, they automatically top up, so there's always the water there. And safety of residents, you sent out an updated condition 24, fire risk management strategy. Condition 24, number 1, the hazards and risks at and to the facility and their proposed management. God forbid anything happens on a significant scale. And I know you've done this fluid modelling, and the experts don't think the toxic fumes would actually get to the residents and the population, but we've got to bear in mind there's a planning application for 393 dwellings to the west, in fairly close proximity to the site. So, but within the emergent response plan, will there be an evacuation procedure laid out beforehand? And also, has it been considered outside events, so happenings to the facility, such as wildfires, because of our weather, the climate, extreme weather conditions? Is there has that been considered for an evacuation plan? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ridout. See.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I know the concerns about the access there. That comes up in the public comments as well. And yeah, my earlier kind of response on that is that the branching point is sufficient distance away. It's 100 metres away. The comment about what if there's an issue on the road, I don't think that's a material planning consideration here, because there is different legislation that governs what the fire and rescue service needs to do. They would need to make arrangements to deal with fires within their area, and even if there are roadworks or something else, they would need to make arrangements for that. It's not a planning matter. The water tanks, my understanding is that they wouldn't automatically refill, but they would need to be refilled after after they were if they were used, and there's a planning condition there that requires them to be filled and available for use. There's a comment about the update on condition 24 and evacuation procedures. So evacuation procedures, that wouldn't be a planning matter. It's something that's managed by the council's emergency planning team, and they have been consulted on this application, and their role is to develop plans to combat key risks within Dorset and put in place appropriate training to make sure those plans are effective, responds to risks where they occur, and generally they're kind of not specific in terms of how they do their emergency planning. So they have kind of general plans for managing emergencies in their local areas, and they would develop a strategy for there's a strategy for evacuation plans and rest centres across Dorset, and what would happen in the case of a pollution incident, which isn't just contained on BES developments. And in the event of an emergency, there's a kind of a local resilience forum that brings together the key kind of agencies that are dealing with the fire. So that's the council's emergency planning team, the fire and rescue service, and others that monitor the kind of smoke and fire and everything else. So that's kind of beyond planning, but that's what the emergency planning team's role would be. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Matthew. That has answered questions. But just going back to the water tanks then, if the battery's on fire, the thermal runaway, the first tank is used, can the firefighters then connect into another tank?
Yes, they could use all the other tanks. The proposal is that they're connected through piping within the site as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Belinda Borden, did you wish to speak?
Thank you. On the officer report, sorry, Belinda Borden, Lyme Regis and Charmouth. In paragraph 16.114 in the report, referencing the request from Hydrock, it mentions the possibility of that the proposed containers could be separated by steel enclosure walls. It said, however, successful UL 9540A test results demonstrate the fire does not spread between the specified enclosures in the event of a thermal runaway. On this basis, further thermal barriers and insulation are not considered necessary, as the applicant has demonstrated through an evidence-based approach that the BES containers are adequately spaced. I'm just wondering whether, in the light of the very real public concerns, whether or not that additional safety feature might be worth reconsidering. And also the applicant's own fire protection report mentioned that they had had no fires at all in any of the sites in the UK. And I'm just wondering if there's independent verification of that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, yeah, looking at the report, para 16.114, yeah, whether there's need for extra insulation, the response on that from our, yeah, is it there isn't a need for that extra insulation, because what the applicant's shown is that it wouldn't spread from one BES container to another. The applicant said that there's been no other fires at their facilities. The only documented fire in the UK is a fire that happened at Liverpool. I don't think that Statera were the operators of that site, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they could probably clarify that. But that's the only documented fire that's happened in the UK. Around the world, there are there's a database on other fires as well, and I can't confirm whether the applicants telling the truth or not. I have nothing to go on.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I can just confirm that the applicant wasn't the operator of that site in Liverpool. Does that satisfy your questions, Belinda?
Well, I'm just wondering whether there is any further independent verification of the applicant's assertion that no fires have happened on their sites. But
Okay, I think we before determination, we can probably establish that, who the operator was in Liverpool. I can't believe, if I can find out 8 different shortcrust pastry recipes on Google, I can probably establish that. So we will endeavour to do that. Can I invite Councillor Tony Coombs?
Good morning, Chairman. Tony Coombs, Verwood Ward. I've got a few questions, some of which have already been touched on in some form, but I've got perhaps a slightly different take on some of them. So the fire risk, there was mention of a comparison of the safety of an Apple phone. I did a quick Google search. An Apple phone battery has a power of 11 watts compared to this development, which is 400 megawatts. So that's, shall we say, 40,000 times more powerful. And we all know that when you extrapolate a risk, it does get compounded. It's not linear. So, and it's permanently connected to a power supply. So if you can imagine, 40,000 iPhones probably has a higher fire risk than one on its own. But leading on from that, the sorry, I've got so many comments here. Talking about the impact of the fire and the access that's already been mentioned, yes, there is 2 accesses, both from a single point at the north of the site. Why is there nothing at the south side of the site? It's a very large development, and if there is something that starts at the bottom of the site and then moves northwards, how does the fire service then access the source of the fire on the southern site? And following on from that, you've talked about the capacity of the water tanks and the fact there are 4 on site. I did miss the location of one of them, so I apologise for that. But I would also ask, what is the distance and time for the fire service to reach the site? Best traffic travel times from the nearest station, and is there enough water in the tanks? You know, what happens in that time it takes for the fire service to access the site and access the source of the fire onto the site? I've not sort of had that clearly explained. The other things was mentioned was about the temporary permission, and 40 years does impact for for a lifetime of many local residents and for at least 2 generations. And there is the condition about the reinstatement of landscaping, but it's not clear, given the magnitude of the works that are needed to facilitate the development, and we saw in the overheads about the bunding and the level changes and so on. And that will change the character of that site forever. Harm is only partially mitigated and not eliminated by the landscaping works. And if the condition is about reinstatement, is all that going to be completely removed and the land be returned to the original contours? So there's another question there. Nobody has asked yet about the impact of the rights of way. The report talks about the degradation of footpath S16/21 and that there will be a permissive route to deal with the degradation of that footpath. Why only a permissive route? Why not a modification to the definitive map? And the final question is about community benefit. We've heard a lot about the commercial side of it and the development and the whys and wherefores, but there's nothing there about the benefit to the local community. Yes, it takes power from the grid and stores it and puts it back to the grid and everybody benefits. But there was mention earlier of the Wimpole development in Devon being 300 megawatts compared to this one of 400 megawatts. So I thought I'd just have a quick look while we were talking earlier. The developer, which is the same developer here, pays into the local community to support a local fuel poverty scheme. I've heard nothing mentioned in any of our report about what benefits there are for the local community. I know that with local solar farms, that already happens. So what's happening about that for this site? Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
Okay, thank you. I'll try and respond to all those questions there. So just starting from the top on fire risk and the kind of comparison with a Apple iPhone. I think that's, I can't speak for the applicant, but it sounds like they're just trying to explain a kind of comparison there. But it's not something that we as officers have looked at. The Fire and Rescue Service and the council's consultant has reviewed the application as it is, and the consequences of a fire for this site and for a BES development. The impact of a fire. The comment was around the south of the site and being able to access that. When the application originally came in, there was just you got the one access in, and there's just one road that went down, and all of the BES compounds were accessed from the east. But when it was amended, they introduced this kind of circulatory route around the development. And as I've said, that branching point is 100 metres away. And then it allows the BES compounds to either be approached from the east side or the west side. And those access routes go all the way right down to the bottom of the site. So there would be access there from the south, although you kind of come in from the north of the site. The questions on the water tanks was around the distance and the time for the fire service to would there be enough water? And I think that there'd be enough water based on the NFCC's guidance. The closest fire stations down on Radipole Road. I don't exactly know what the kind of drive time is between them, but it's not a planning matter. That's governed by the kind of legislation about fire and rescue services needing to deal with emergencies within their areas. The question about 40-year lifetime of the development, yes, 40 years is a very long period of time, and that's been considered in the weighting of the impacts, and the changing character would be a managed change, to put it in the words of the council's landscape officer. The landform changes are proposed to be retained after decommissioning, and as set out in the environmental statement, the platforms are proposed to be grassed over. So yes, there would be a kind of permanent landscape change there, and the environmental statement says that that change wouldn't be harmful. It would be a change, but it wouldn't be a harmful effect. The question on the rights of way, why are they only permissive routes? Well, I think in planning terms, colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we can, compel an applicant to pursue something under separate legislation. We can't require them to make a route a public right of way. But what the Section 106 tries to do is make sure that those routes through the site would be publicly accessible effectively in the same way as a footpath. The question on community benefit, the direct community benefits of this scheme, currently the site isn't accessible apart from the public right of way that goes through it. But there would be, proposed to be secured through the Section 106, the open space within Fields 5 and Field 6. That's 6 hectares with the kind of the northern strip of land of Field 1. That's a significant amount of open, informal recreational space, which the Chickerell Neighbourhood Plan supports out within the land of local landscape importance. And there's a comment about the community fund and why that hasn't been done. In the update sheet, the applicant has set out that they are looking at doing a community fund, and I think there's a kind of glossy brochure that's gone to members. It's available on our public website, but that says that they'd like to set up this fund. My review of that in the update report is that we're not giving that any material weight in the planning assessment or determination. It's not something that is required. It's not something that's proposed to be tied down in the Section 106. If the applicant wants to pursue that, that's something that they can do, and they can take the encouragement from a local community to try and do that. But as in planning terms, it's not a requirement, and we're not judging it as a community benefit. Thank you.
Councillor Coombs, are you satisfied with that response?
Not completely. I'm just having a quick look at the briefing notes, and I'm struggling to find, there is the bit about the community parkland. Sorry, yes, there is the Dorset Community Foundation potential. So we'll see where that goes. I'm still concerned about the status of a temporary permission, because to me, something is temporary, you take it away. It's a bit like the common statement, take nothing but photographs, leave nothing but footprints. And this is, temporary permission is creating a permanent change to the landscape. So in my view, it's not a temporary permission, but there we go. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I just come back to Councillor Borden? We have confirmation that the operator of the site in Liverpool was Cobalt Energy under an umbrella company, Ørsted, and the source for that is Merseyside Fire and Rescue. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Councillor Northam.
Thank you, Councillor David Northam, Upwey and Broadway. My ward is to the northeast of the development area, so downwind. I'd like to thank many councillors have raised questions which I was concerned with, pleased with that. I'd like to pick up a few points. It's been talked of the planned development in Chickerell. There is also planned development to the east of the site under the local plan. The draft local plan has 350 homes going in there. It's variously called land east of Chickerell and occasionally land west of South Hill. But it exists, and I think it should be included in the report. So can it be included in the report? The second bit is to do with footpaths. There is a DMMO application for a footpath to be put in linking the footpath that was to the north with the footpath that's to the south. It's been in the system for some while. It's T511. I think that needs to be addressed. And I do think that any footpaths need to be public rights of way, just supporting Councillor Coombs. I don't see why they should be permissive paths, because permissive paths can be closed at any time by the owner, whereas public rights of way remain rights of way. Can still be closed, but it's a much more difficult process. So that's a first question really, is just updating the report to reflect those two items. The second question relates to the south of the site. It's the Chickerell Power Station. It's one of these grid supply points. There are only 3 grid supply points in Dorset, as I understand it. It takes the electricity out of the grid and transforms it and pushes it out to Weymouth surrounding areas, including Portland. What lots of people don't realise is there's a standby gas generator there. I think that's why there's a gas line run into it, and that's for when the grid goes down. And I would anticipate that development of this site would remove that as a need. And I wanted to ask whether there had been any discussions between the developer State Era and the current operator of that site, because that might also ease the access from the south problem. And the last part is, this is a very significant site, about 400 megawatts, and I wanted to ask the officer whether we had any idea of how much capacity Dorset needed, because 400 megawatts from the figures in terms of supporting housing seemed quite sufficient. So the benefit of this, is it better to have one big site or lots of little sites? But you'd need a lot of little sites to be equivalent. So is there a capacity that means at some point in time we will no longer need BESS sites because we have sufficient? And the last bit, I welcome the question on community, and I'll come back to that when we go out of technical questions, if I may. Thank you. So 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, do you want to deal with that? I feel part of that's already being answered with regards to the footpaths and the secondary legislation, but if you want to confirm that to the member.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for pointing out there's that application for the public right-of-way. I'm looking at it on screen now, and it goes straight down the centre of the site, and it effectively links those 2 rights-of-way. That is the same as the route that the applicant's proposing to create as a permissive route. The right-of-way application hasn't been enacted, if that's the right word, yet. So it's not afforded kind of weight in the application, but the application is consistent with that. It would, effectively doubly provide that route through it. Consideration of the Chickerell the Dorset local plan, the new housing within that. Local plans at a very early stage of development, so the kind of housing allocations within that are given kind of limited weight. But the site that you're talking about, the proposed allocation, it's further than what we've got at the moment north of the site and southwest of the site. It's about 225 metres away at the closest point, and that's to the Chickerell substation. So there isn't considered to be any kind of adverse consideration on that. The impacts on the Persimmon application have been considered. The grid supply points, there's 2 in Dorset, and there's another one in Axminster, which is just on the other side of the border with East Devon that supply Dorset. Would the proposal remove the need for the gas pipeline? I don't know is my answer on that one. The proposal is to retain it at the moment as a backup for the Chickerell substation, and I imagine that's something that the operator of the substation would need to consider. And how many BESS developments does Dorset need? Well, we don't have a kind of specific target. We don't have a target for the number of BESS developments. There isn't that type of policy in the local plan, but there is a clear need for these developments at national and local level. And there isn't a kind of quantum or target here at a local level. That would need, something like that would need to come through a new local plan.
Thank you. David.
Thank you. I seem to remember from the briefing that... thank you. David Northam, Upway and Broadway, Weymouth. Just come back on the footpath application. It's an application not for a footpath, it's an application for a public right-of-way. And there's a difference. And so whilst I welcome it being a route, it needs to be a public right-of-way or rerouted slightly differently, because at the moment it would be a public right-of-way effectively on a road. But that's T511, and my understanding is that that should be determined. If it was housing application, it would have been brought forward, accelerated in the 7-year wait on such things, and I would say that it needs to be brought forward and considered, because otherwise this will trump it and it should be considered. So I'd ask for some stronger feedback on that. I don't think you can just say it's coincident. It isn't. It's something different and it needs addressing. Thank you.
Matthew, would you like to respond?
Yeah. Colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we can, in planning terms, compel an applicant to provide these permissive routes as public rights of way. It's covered by separate legislation. The application is compatible with the proposed public right of way that goes through the centre of the site. It's on the same route. Until that comes into effect, there isn't any legislation around it. The council's definitive map team have been consulted. I don't think we were made aware of that change, but I don't think it has any kind of effect on the application or any kind of any adverse effect on the application there. I think it would still be right to require the permissive route as part of the Section 106, because those routes are not only the route that goes north-south, they're also the route that goes kind of east-west across the northern part of Field 1 and Field 6.
Thank you. Is there any other technical questions that members wish to? David?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to point of the fact is, as you quoted with the, Councillor David Taylor from Charmouth Ward. I do apologise, Chair. As you quoted was the fire with the best unit in Liverpool. It was cited in Liverpool. It took 59 hours to extinguish and created a significant blast. So therefore, the fact of the danger of these things has been shown in the country. My question is people go into the estate to put out the fire, but if something's going wrong with the road in the system, they can't get out. So is there an escape route? No. There's only one way in, one way out. So therefore, you have a rotating circle around it. But if something seriously goes wrong, they can't get out. And therefore, my question to you or to the applicant to say, why is there not an exit, an escape route? Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry.
There we go. Sorry. So the entrance and exit is the same way, because they're so far from the closest BES unit. That's considered suitable. They're 100 metres away from the closest BES container, and there's that route around the outside of the site that would allow kind of entrance and exit in a safe way. There's the plans that I showed on the computational fluid dynamic modelling, which show that visibility and toxic gases is really kind of closely contained around a unit. It wouldn't harm the ability to exit and enter the site.
Chair, I was just going to remind members as well that, there is no objection to this scheme from the Fire and Rescue Service, who we've been carefully liaising with. They made comments originally. They've been addressed through the amended plans. As Matt has explained, one of the amendments was regards to the access and creating this branch route. I think we also have to remember that fires do occur at other developments. Many developments only have one point of access in and out. So there's got to be a degree of proportionality, but also the extent to which it can be considered a material planning consideration as well, having regard to that guidance from the fire service. Thank you.
Councillor Pete Roper.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question which has basically sort of been asked just recently. It's another question about the access road onto the site. Councillor Pete Roper, Portland Ward. Coming from Portland, obviously we know one or two things about a single access road. My question about this road, this single road, is if no access is available for emergency services, whether it's from they can come in from the south or north or whatever. The experience of the site in Liverpool, which had a sort of thermal runaway, there was a fire which was followed by an explosion. The applicant has basically touched on that there are on-site and off-site fail-safe systems sort of built within the containers. If there is no sort of timely input from the emergency services, would those fail-safe systems in themselves prevent a thermal runaway on this site?
Okay. Thank you. I might have to ask you to rephrase the access question again. Apologies, but in terms of the kind of fire suppression stuff within the unit, I've looked at the report from Merseyside and the case of the Liverpool fire, and some of the lessons have been learned from that about the explosion, and you can't walk into these BES units that are proposed, but the measures within the unit are designed to try and prevent a thermal runaway happening. They can't eliminate that risk entirely, so there is always a risk with these types of development that a thermal runaway does happen, and that's where the need for the access and all the other site kind of planning and emergency requirements are there. That risk can't be eliminated. So with the best endeavours to kind of reduce that risk, you can't get rid of it.
Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. David Took, Cranbourne and Alderholt. Two small points, really. Firstly, in terms of the permissive path and the Section 106 agreement, all members of this committee are also members of the area planning committees. And I'm sure we've all seen Section 106 agreements negated for various reasons, generally viability, variation of conditions. So we don't seem to have any guarantees that this permissive paths will actually either be built, constructed, or allowed, or go forward, even if there is a Section 106 agreement that says so. It's fairly easy for somebody to ask for that to be varied. The second point, yes, we need to listen very carefully to advice from the fire service, but I do note that the fire service are not responsible for granting permission. We are, and it's therefore quite legitimate for councillors to query that and question it and try and get deeper into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on the permissive path point in the Section 106, the proposal is to secure that in the Section 106 agreement, which the council could enforce. There are variations to Section 106 that happen. Members are all aware of that, but in our scheme of delegation, if there's a proposed change to a Section 106 clause where, in the officer's opinion, think that it would degrade what was, required by members, then that would be an item that would have to be returned to planning committee under the current scheme of delegation. I expect that would be, flatly refused. But I can't speak to what future planning committee would say about that. The second question, apologies, I didn't quite catch that. If I could ask you to repeat that question again, apologies.
Simply in response to the question the other officer mentioned, or the point raised, that we've had advice from the fire service. This is true. My point was very simple. The fire service aren't granting permission, we are. And therefore it's perfectly permissible, I think, for councillors to dig into that advice a little bit and satisfy themselves as to how it will work in practice. So I wasn't very keen to hear that we should really just take what they say as read. If that was the intention, it might not have been. And in terms of Section 106s, again, we've all seen Section 106 agreements overturned, generally on viability grounds, but there is other grounds. And if it's a viability ground, the committee looking at that generally doesn't have any leeway, because it's we've all been through it. We've all seen viability assessments that have said, yes, we wanted to put these affordable houses in or whatever. We can't afford them now, so we're not going to. And the district value agrees with us. So would there be any grounds like that that could then allow the applicant to challenge the 106 in the future successfully? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree with your comment about the fire and rescue service members as well as officers. We need to consider the advice that's given to us by other officers and by external consultees, and that's we haven't just taken the fire and rescue services advice as read. Officers have instructed a external consultant to review the fire safety and what the applicant submitted. They have expertise in BES developments, so we've considered their advice as well as the advice of the fire rescue service in reaching the conclusions in the officer's report. Would there be any viability grounds to kind of do away with the permissive route? I don't know the costs of putting in this permissive route. It's a fairly. I'm struggling to see any kind of viability grounds that could be put forward. I can see it in terms of affordable housing where that does have a significant cost, but we're talking about routes across the site. But I think I'm kind of I'm getting into the grounds of kind of speculating about a future application, which we need to kind of focus on the Section 106 that we've got before us, and the fact that we could take enforcement action, and that any changes would be for a future planning committee. We can't. I'm obviously not aware of any future changes to that permissive route, and I can't speak for a future planning committee about that.
Thank you, Matthew. Well, time flies when you're having fun, and we are at that point where we need to take a vote to extend the meeting. We've been here 3 hours already. Post suspension of time, I've got one member that wishes to speak and an officer. I'm mindful that it's 1 o'clock, and I'm thinking that it might be advantageous to take a lunch break before we enter into debate. I don't really want to start debate and then have that disrupted by a lunch break. Tony?
I'm more than happy to continue after 1 o'clock. However, I have a meeting at 3 o'clock back in the east, so I have to leave County Hall by 2.
Thank you. Can we just take a vote to extend? Those in favour? Okay. Excellent. We're here for later. Can I just invite Spencer to make his representation, and then Mike Geraghty? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Spencer Flower, Verwood Ward, so I won't forget it this time. A lot has been said about fire and the risk and so on, but I wanted to dwell momentarily on the outcome of smoke, cocktail of explosive gases, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, fluoride, and all the other chemicals that could be up in the atmosphere, and what whether fire have commented on the potential impact of the chemicals on the local populace, as well as the fire issues. I get the fire issues. I appreciate all the work that's been done around that. Having been on the Fire Authority for 14 years myself, in the past I understand how diligent they are. And while I say that, Chairman, can I also compliment the case officer in the way in which he's gone about presenting the report and the way he's gone about answering all the questions this morning. I think we should all appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Spencer. Matthew, could you, I think we're all old enough, most of us, maybe not you, to remember the explosion of BDH, and I think that's kind of what you're talking about here, is that cross-contamination from airborne substances and gases. Matthew.
Yeah, thank you. So the smoke, the impact of the smoke and the explosive gases, that's not something that the fire and rescue service will consider that within the site for their own firefighting ability, but it's not something that is in their remit for off-site. The Environment Agency has considered the kind of impact on the environment through the fire water, and the potential impact of smoke on the environment, through air, in the air, would be something that would be kind of managed with the council's emergency planning team. So it's not something that's it falls within the remit of this application. It would be for emergency planning to monitor any fire in the usual way that they would with any kind of incident, with air quality monitoring of that, of any smoke and the impacts of it.
Thank you. Mike Garrity, Head of Planning.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to pull back to a point that was made previously about viability and concerns about whether or not that would result in seeking a variation of the legal agreement. I just wanted to be clear on that point. Affordable housing is very distinct from other infrastructure that might be secured through a Section 106 agreement, in the sense that viability it's part of the requirement to assess viability for affordable housing once all other costs are taken into account, and things can change during that viability, and what you're left with in effect can be used to justify how much or how little affordable housing is sought. When it comes to other infrastructure, including things like definitive rights of way, whatever it be, whether that's permissive paths, any other facilitating infrastructure, those are usually there because they're deemed necessary to enable the development to go ahead, and without which the development might be deemed to be unacceptable. So if there were to be a seeking of a variation, I would expect that would normally be because there's maybe a change in operational need or layout that the applicant wants to actually get permission for or to change, and as a result of which wants to vary something, not because they want to actually degrade the offer that's in that. So it's an important distinction. So if these things are in there because they're needed to actually mitigate an impact, they're there for a reason, and we don't have any expectation that those would be degraded over time. Thank you.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Can I hand over to you for your comment?
Sorry, I'm Phil Crowd, I'm the committee's legal advisor. Sorry, just to pick up on a point I think was raised much earlier on in the questions about whether the proposed permitted path could be made a public right-of-way under the application. Absolutely correct. And Matt said we can't compel an applicant to offer something as part of an agreement of a Section 106 obligation. You as a committee that can though resolve in principle that is necessary to make the application acceptable, and it's up to the applicant whether they then offer it or not. But if you did require that, you'd have to have be satisfied that the tests for having a permanent public right-of-way, the tests for imposing a Section 106 obligation were met by requiring it to be a full public right-of-way rather than a permissive route. So you'd have to have a good reason which met the test for a Section 106 obligation for requiring that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, members. Sorry. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. So are we happy, are we content that we've asked our technical questions at this stage? Okay, so mindful that members need to be elsewhere and that Councillor Coombs has a finger in the air, which has been noted. I was going to suggest that we take a half-hour lunch break and then come back, mindful that members need to be elsewhere later on this afternoon. Tony.
Sorry, Tony Coombs forward. Just following on from that legal advice, I think the concern is that the existing footpath is going to be degraded by this development, and it's whether or not, if that degradation is so bad that it needs to have a permissive footpath, then it must be so bad that it would require a permanent right-of-way. Otherwise, in my view, the footpath should be adequately dealt with so that it could continue to offer full access for the public.
Thank you for that, Tony. Mike, did you want to come back on that or not? No? Okay. Matthew? No? No. Okay. Half an hour lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my name is Matthew Poton-Hawks. I'm the lead project officer on this application. I'm joined by Anne Collins, our area manager, and Mike Garrity, our head of planning. We also have highways colleagues in the room as well, and colleagues behind me are on the next item. I'll pass over to Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mike Garrity here, Head of Planning. I thank you for the opportunity to just say a few words. I thought we've actually had quite a detailed debate and discussion today, which has raised quite a lot of issues. And I've obviously noted the fact that there have been a number of concerns raised by members in relation to fire safety, security, access, and all of those kinds of things. I don't want to reopen the technical questions bit of it. I just wanted to say a few words around, as a planning authority, what we try to do in dealing with these issues. So through the consultation process, those issues are raised with us. Irrespective of how many people make those comments, we consider the issues that are raised. So we take on board those, but what we do is obviously we consult with the relevant expert bodies whenever we have an application like this. So that's a key part of what we do, is we ask those with the expertise, like the Fire Authority, whoever it might be, Environment Agency, to give us their opinion and their advice, and then we take that on board. That might well involve adjustments to the scheme before it comes before committee. But we haven't just left it rest there. We've also taken our own expert independent advice that we've commissioned to actually assess that work, so that that can give us some reassurance within the scope of what we're doing, that we've taken due care and attention to those issues. So from the purposes of considering this application, officers are content that we have shown the necessary due diligence in terms of assessing, insofar as we can as a planning authority, what issues are relevant material considerations before this committee, and that we have had those assurances from the relevant bodies that they feel those have been met. So I think it's just important to bear that in mind, that we do have that body of evidence behind us, and so therefore our recommendation is based upon that robustness of that evidence. We've also taken account of the fact that there are mitigating and preventative measures as part of the safety arrangements within the site, because that's a relevant part of the proposal. And we've also considered other applications that have been considered across the country, whether those have been by local authorities or through appeal decisions, because that helps us gauge what the balance of issue is here and how that's been assessed in those other areas. So from that point of view, I would say that I believe that due diligence has been shown in taking the application before us to this point, and also it's appropriate that we use conditions and Section 106 agreements as necessary to secure any essential infrastructure or anything else that we need to do. So there's quite a robust package of mechanisms there as well to ensure the development comes forward. There has been some discussion about, well, would that be in perpetuity? Would there be changes to that? Can the developer come forward in future, the life of the scheme? There's nothing to stop an applicant from coming back at a future date and asking for an extension of that, but we would then have to consider that in the light of whatever the latest technical evidence is at the time that application is submitted. When it comes to the other measures that would be secured through the Section 106, whether that be through permissive paths, those would be fixed there unless there were good reasons for changing those, but we wouldn't see those as being something we'd want to degrade. We have the assurance that they're secured through the Section 106. So I think if there were operational reasons, for example, and we were looking to relocate something or other within the site, that would come forward as a variation, and it would come before the committee to consider. So it wouldn't be something that could just be done unilaterally. So I thought, as we'd had a long debate, I wanted to just pull through some of those threads together, just to make those points fairly clear before members, so that when they enter the debate, they're aware of that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for those salient points and addressing concerns. We're now going to open this to debate to the floor. I'm grateful for the quality of the questions that came out in the technical aspect of it, and I hope that we will maintain that in this debate. So I put the planning application 2023-04657 BESS development to the floor. David.
Yeah, I think it has been interesting what's occurred. And my first point relates to the footpaths, which is a very minor issue in terms of what we're doing, but I'd just like to raise it. So the recommendation A talks about permissive paths in fields 5 and 6. And I'm very happy with that because I think that is quite separate to the discussion on the footpath. The footpath 1621, which runs across the site, I don't believe that's proposed to be changed in any way. And if you could ask the officer or the applicant whether that's to confirm that. So that side of things I'm quite happy with. We're respecting a public right-of-way. I do, though, feel that the applicant who made his application many years ago, like 5, for a new footpath to be considered T511 deserves to have an answer rather than just to be overruled by this committee making a decision without even discussing his footpath proposal. And I'm surprised that it hasn't been brought forward by the mapping organisation. To me, it's not an impossible job to incorporate such a request to provide connectivity between the two paths, the two public rights-of-way, and whether that's done as a public right-of-way or a permissive path, I don't really have a problem with it, but I do think he needs an answer to that rather than just being told that this thing is going to sit on top of it. So I wonder if we could just, that clarification might just need a slight adjustment to the words in recommendation A, because I think the debate that we've had, and possibly caused by me, has confused the issue with respect to the public right-of-way. And I apologise if that's been the case. So I'll leave it at that for the moment and come back on some other points. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, is that something, I feel we're going around in circles and whether we're on a footpath or railway.
Chair, I wonder if Mr Crowther may be able to assist, because I wonder if the query is slightly that if, as part of this, there was a resolution that the path, the subject of the DMMO application was a permitted path, is the concern that that would stop the DMO MMO application finally being determined. My understanding is that application came in, I think, 13 years ago, and it has effectively been determined as a decision has been made, but then there's been an objection to it. So I suspect it's now going through a right-of-way public inquiry process, which is a long process. But I wonder if that's a concern that there would be a conflict between members, if they went with this recommendation saying it had to be permissive, and then the outcome of that footpath inquiry. And I don't know if that's something that Mr Crowther would be able to advise upon.
Thank you, Chair. So I think if that is the question, if the short answer would be that the decision that you make today, if you were to accept the recommendation from officers, would not affect that DMMO application. So it wouldn't affect it one way or the other. The application is being determined. So the application for the DMMO has been submitted and is being determined on the evidence for that application as it was when it was submitted. So your decision today won't impact on that outcome. Thank you, Chair.
That's helpful. David, does that reassure you that this is a standalone application for the DMMO?
Yes.
Does anybody else wish to speak in the debate before we move to a proposal? David.
So the main, David Northam, Upway and Broadway, the main bit that's offered by the developer to the community is the fields 5 and 6 and the permissive path through that, a degree of compensatory not rewilding, but biodiversity and such like. And I do sort of pick up the idea that I haven't read the section on the community benefit scheme that's been discussed. So is that something which could be included as a condition, that there is a community benefit scheme that works liaising with the neighbours to the site? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Matthew?
So the community benefit scheme is not something that we feel is justified from a planning perspective. It doesn't meet the tests for planning conditions or obligations. If the applicant wanted to do a scheme such as that, it would be, you know, off their own back, and we can't see a planning reason for requiring that.
Thank you for that, Matthew. David? Thank you. Excellent.
Yes, Chair, everyone's gone very, very quiet. So I'm going to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and approve this application. I look for a seconder, and if there's somebody who wishes to vote me down, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Chairman, I would like to second that proposal to approve the application, because I've considered this. I understand all the concerns and objections to this, but it's something we'll have to move forward with. I know with my own solar energy system at home, you need a battery storage to help with the energy it provides and when to provide it. I understand it's strategically placed, because it has to be placed next to one of the three grid connections, which is important. We've been through all the fire safety. I had loads of questions, pages of questions when I went through the report, but we've had our training. We've had the officer's report. It's very comprehensive, and today's discussion. And from that, my questions have been answered, and I am of the opinion that this is as safe as it possibly can be for the public, and that's the reason I am going to second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just confirm with both you and the Vice Chair that this is the proposal A and B to include the updates? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so can we test this, please, with a show of hands? Those in favour? Recorded. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And any abstention? Thank you. Thank you. That is now determined. Move to the second. So just for the point of the record, not sure if the microphone picked that up, that the committee has resolved that is approved. Thank you. Thank you. So we now move to the second item of business. This is application PFUL 2023-06578, land to the northwest of Holt Road, Three-Legged Cross, Wimborne. This will be introduced by Diana. Diana, could you introduce yourself and the team supporting you today, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Diana Mitsugori-Curran. I'm a planning officer for Eastern area. I'm here supported by Kim Cowell and Mike Garrity. That one.
There you go. It's green for pause, red for go. Okay, so we now move into this second application. Similar but different, I think is fair to say. We have one speaker. Do you wish to make that representation before the officer report or after?
After, please, Chair.
Problem? Thank you. Diana, I'll hand over to you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. This is another application for a battery storage facility at land northwest of Holt Road in Three-Legged Cross. There were some minor updates from the report regarding the dimensions of the of one of the components, and also there is a paragraph on page 130 which is wrongly numbered as 19101 instead of 16901 now. And also there is a note in the officer report, section 19, page 140. Is it? Oh, closer to you. Sorry. Is that better? When the written agreement with pre-commencement conditions was 17th of July. There is an update on the Labour government's changes to decarbonisation to electricity grid from 2035 to 2030, and the new draft NFCC grid-scale energy storage system, which came in for consultation last week. So location and context of the site. So the site is located approximately 1 kilometre west from Three-Legged Cross and about 2 kilometres north from West Moors. The site is located within a rural landscape at Mannington Holt and within a green belt. The site is outside the designated sites, with Dorset heathlands being about 240 metres south and 150 metres north. The Dorset area of great landscape value lies about 70 metres from south of the site, with Crambo Chase National Landscape, which is formerly known as AONB, lies about approximately 4.6 kilometres west and 5 kilometres north of the site. There is a grade 2 listed bridge about 160 metres to the south, and the scheduled monument about 520 metres to the south of the site. The site covers an area of approximately 5.13 hectares in total, of which 0.9 of a hectare is only includes the battery storage compound and including the connection cable corridor. The rest of the site, it's 4.2 hectares, which is area provided for biodiversity, net gain and enhancement. The site is accessed from Holt Road, which is accessed from the main Horton Road to the north. This aerial view of the site showing the surrounding context, the site is located within only 250 metres from National Grid Mannington substation and adjacent to industrial site with approved application for BESS at 49.9 megawatts. There are several public rights of way within the wider context of the site, with the nearest public right of way being to southwest of the site. Application site. The site comprises an irregular parcel of vegetated land with an electricity pylon in the west centre section of the site running west to east, and the linear cable run features connecting to the substation to the south. There is a dry ditch runs through the woodland to the south of the site. Immediately to the north and west of the site, there are agricultural fields, and there is a pond located to the northwest. Let me just... to the east, there is a Linwood sawmill and fields and equestrian buildings and various outbuildings and containers. An area of woodland borders the site to the southeast. Again, adjacent to the site, to the southwest is MS Farm, which is the one with the approved BESS application, which was approved in 2021. To the northeast are further agricultural fields, and approximately 150 metres west is a waste storage area accessed via Birds Lane. To the south, there are 2 residential properties, of which Willow Way, it's the closest one, about 85 metres, and the Corpse, about 250 metres south. The relationship between BESS and the residential properties will be discussed later in this presentation. In terms of site history, apart from the environmental impact assessment screening request, there is no significant history for this site. This is just a site, an overview of the operational renewable energy sites, which is all solar farms within a 3.5 kilometers radius from the site. And this is just a close-up of the 3 closest ones within a 2 kilometer radius, just to give you a wider picture of the area. So we're going to go through some of the site photographs. So the photograph 1, it's taken from the Holt Road, looking from Willow Cottage towards the site. And 2 and 3 are visibility displays coming out of the site. This photograph 1, it's access to the site from Holt Road, and 2, it's the access from, also that site access is joined with the MS Farm, and the photograph 2 is taken from that joint access directly into the site. This is view of the site from the entrance gate, looking into the site. This is a view across the land towards the site from Birds Lane. And also, photograph 3, it's from Horton Road. The view from the site from the private access track opposite the equestrian fields to the northeast. And below, on photograph 2, there is an outline of where the permitted BESS development, a joint BESS development, its position is. This is a cable route at Mannington Substation end. So the photograph 1 shows the entrance to Mannington Substation, and the photograph 2, it's Holt Road looking towards the site. And this is the cable route from the other direction, coming from the site. So cable route from photograph 1 showing the Holt Road view going towards the Mannington Station, and the site access from the joint access. So slight background, you've seen these slides in a previous presentation from Matthew, so I'm not going to go into too much, but that just demonstrates the extent of the BESS applications across the UK. This map showed data sets from the Department of Energy, Security and Net Zero. This slide shows within the Dorset a number of standalone BESS developments have been determined in recent years. The battery storage facilities at all scales are identified at the national level as playing as an essential role in our energy transition and ability to fully decarbonise the electricity grid by 2030, which, as said on the update sheet, is about 5 years prior to the previous government targets of 2035, and also to achieve a net zero by 2050. The identified need for BESS development is highlighted in section 15 of Officer Report. Dorset Council accepts that energy needs to be produced from renewable sources, and the Council must aim to provide this within its administrative area. Storage is needed to reduce the costs of the electricity system and increase reliability by storing surplus electricity in times of low demand to provide electricity when demand is higher. The proposed BESS is 47.5 megawatts. It would help to support local, national and international targets throughout the provision of renewable energy, supporting infrastructure, thereby reducing carbon emissions and helping to decarbonize the grid. The location in close proximity to National Grid substation has been identified as the most appropriate location for this development, which would reduce electricity losses compared to transmission of electricity over longer distances. The proposal would provide storage for electricity generated that can be made available at peak usage time. Proposed development. So, as listed under planning history section on officer report, paragraph 701, environmental impact assessment screening was done, and it's concluded that the proposed development is unlikely to result in significant environmental impact. Therefore, an EIA is not required in this instance. This is just a table of summary of the proposed development, which is already highlighted, the site area, the components. There are also 2 EV parking spaces. The maximum height of the proposed, it's 4.3 meters. This is just including all the components of the site, which I will go through each one of them later on in this report. It is just a summary. This is the proposed site plan. So it has, it's worth noting at this stage that this is amended proposed plan. The applicant has worked closely with the local fire services, and this is how this amended site plan has come to light. But about this is going to be again later in this report. So the battery compound, it's got 13 battery containers. Each container contains 5 batteries, totaling at 65 units. So each pair of batteries are connected to an inverter or transformer. We've already said it's 47.5 megawatts capacity. Indicative position is proposed of attenuation pond and the water tank. The water tank capacity would be minimum 1,900 litres per minute to last for at least 2 hours. Landscaping mainly enhanced to the southeast corner, which is also conditioned. Includes a substation and a shipping containers for spare components. Internal access road for maintenance and emergency access. So also this application has got one main access. However, if you look, so that's the main access. There is a perimeter road and there is another gate to the north which produce second access in case of emergency. Local representations. The application was advertised by means of site notices, 5 in total, and a press advertisement. No letters of objection, support, or general comments have been received from the members of the public. Consultation responses. In general, consultees have raised no objection, which can be seen on this slide and the next slide. Principle of development. The Christchurch and East Dorset core strategy sets out the following in terms of Objective 3, policies ME3, ME5. They are also set out in the officer report, paragraph 1602 and 1606. Again, the NPPF sets out the following in terms of paragraphs AC, 157 and 162, also set out in officer report, paragraph 1607. The proposed development proposes an infrastructure to support the national grid in making more efficient use of energy, a significant proportion of which comes from renewable energy such as wind, which is erratic in its general production. The principle of development, which will help to reduce green gases emissions, is consistent with the aims and objectives of the relevant local plan and policies and provision of the NPPF. So the principle of development is considered to be acceptable, subject to all other matters planning consideration, of which an assessment is provided within officer report, especially paragraph 1601 to 1615, and it is also summarised in a planning balance exercise in section 17 of this report. The proposed development would result in harm to the Greenbelt because it constitutes inappropriate development and it does not meet any of the exceptions set out in NPPF paragraph 154 or 155 referred to in the officer report, paragraphs 1618 and 1621. In relation to impact on openness and conflict with the purposes of the Greenbelt, given the temporary nature of the development, 40 years old, long enough in planning terms, a low height design of the BESS compound, which is maximum 4.3 meters, and the mature screening around the site, it is concluded that harm would be contained and through mitigation measures for additional planting, that harm would be localized. Harm to the openness of the Greenbelt will be therefore moderately adverse. However, as the proposed development constitutes inappropriate development as defined by the NPPF, the harm to the Greenbelt is given substantial weight and the application can only be approved if very special circumstances exist that can clearly outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. Very special circumstances advanced in support of the application include the need for the best in terms of climate change, energy security, energy affordability, the availability of the grid connection, together with the more limited social economic benefits and the net biodiversity gain. Paragraph 156 of the NPPF recognizes that very special circumstances may include the wider environmental benefits from increased renewable energy production. It is considered that very special circumstances do exist, namely the support that the development will provide to the energy grid by providing additional capacity to deal with system stress and the variation in grid frequency at both at the local and national level that are anticipated with ever-increasing reliance on renewable energy. The Greenbelt location is made necessary by the need for the practical and viable connection to grid which the substation offers. These systems indirectly support the generation of electricity by renewable sources, ultimately contributing to wider environmental benefits. Taken together, the benefits carry very considerable weight in favour of this scheme. Planning balance will be set out at the end of this presentation. So we'll just go through each component. So this is a typical battery container. It's got a functional design, that metal finish and in neutral colours. It's set on a concrete plinth or the stone base. The total height, including the base, is 2.7 meters. We've got transformers, which is the highest component of the compound, which is 4.3 meters high. It's seven transformers on this scheme. And there is a resistant harmonic filter, which is total height. It's only one of those, and its only total height is 3.2 meters. There's a switch room from 3.3 meters high. It's dimensional 17.2 meters long and 3.2 meters deep. Same with the spare container, again, 3 meters high, 1 meters by 2.4. The LV substation, so low voltage substation, the welfare facility and a control room, they're exactly the same design. So they are 3.3 meters high at 6.2 meters by 3.2 meters dimension. DNO station, which is Distribution Network Operator Substation, it's also 3 meters high, 4.3 meters by 5 meters. Auxiliary and earthing transformers, 3.3 meters, including the base, and water tank, which, as already said previously, will be 3.3 meters high, and it will hold a minimum of 1,900 liters per minute, and it lasts for 120 minutes. There is an acoustic fence running across, if you look at it, so the acoustic fence, it's showing red, and a timber fence, it's showing green. So the acoustic fence is along the southern, east, and western boundaries. It's the height of 4 meters. The timber board fencing along the northern boundary in green, the maximum height is 3 meters. The applicant has confirmed that all timber fencing would either be a fire-resistant coating applied by a supplier, or the fencing, or the manufacturers treat the fencing materials with the fire-retardant chemicals during the manufacturing process. In any case, the treatment also does not compromise the acoustic protection of the fencing. With with the fencing, like with everything else, with all the other components on the site, the regular maintenance and inspections will ensure that the fencing is kept in good condition and maintained fire resistant. This slide just shows the street scene. So this is from the southwest elevation and northeast elevation, and the arrows are pointing to each component and how they can be seen behind the fencing. And this is the same, but from southeast elevation and northwest elevation. As previously mentioned in this presentation, there are several public rights-of-way within the wider context of the site. The nearest public right-of-way is E45/9, which is approximately 220 meters to the southwest of the site. The application is supported by a landscape and visual assessment, which provides an assessment of the potential effects of the proposed development on the existing landscape and visual amenity of the application site and the surrounding area. The LVA is based upon a 1 kilometer radius for the consideration of the potential landscape effects and 2 kilometers radius of the potential visual effects. The next 10 slides are taken from the landscape and visual assessment to demonstrate the landscape and visual impact of the developments from the various viewpoints. Viewpoint 1 is from Holt Road. So it's looking from Holt Road onto the proposed BESS site. So the red line, it's highlighting the location. Viewpoint 2 is from the footpath 49.9, which is the closest footpath from the site. So you can see there's a pylon of sites where the proposed site is, and a pylon which is within the National Grid Mannington Station. This is a viewpoint from the Horton Road and a footpath which is on 46.10. Viewpoint 4 from Burt's Lane to the sort of northwest. Viewpoint 5, again from the Burt's Lane, but further north. Again, Horton Road to the north, which site being so far away, it's actually outside of the map. Again, viewpoint from the Bridleway 4612, up from the north, looking towards the site. This is from the south, looking towards the site to the south, from Bridleway 4571. This is again from sort of southwest, looking towards the site. It is important to note that both landscape effects and visual effects have been assessed as a proposed BESS as an individual site, but also as a cumulative effect together with the adjacent BESS site, Mannington Substation, Wedge Hill Solar Farm, and the Pylon Line. The full assessment of both individual and cumulative effects of the landscape and visual impact is set out within the officer report, paragraph 1645 to 1663. The council landscape officer has been consulted and is supportive of the principle of the development in landscape terms, and subject to the provision of the additional planting, a landscape environmental management plan, the colour of the water tanks and the materials for the proposed structures, fencing, and all those requirements have been conditioned. Residential amenity. So there are no residential properties immediately adjacent to the application site. The nearest property, Willow Cottage, is some 85 metres south, and the Corpse some 250 metres to the southeastern. From the both, these are dimensions from the nearest battery unit, rather than the boundary of the site. While it may be possible to have limited views of the site in winter months, the outlook from neighbouring properties will be limited, will be little affected. The key issues in terms of potential amenity impacts relates to the noise, especially for the nearest receptor, Willow Cottage. A noise impact assessment and additional noise modelling results for battery storage facility has been submitted to assess both the proposed development individually and cumulatively with the neighbouring consented BESS. The more technical details and full noise assessment is set out in the officer report, paragraph 1668 to 1676. The Dorset Council Environmental Health Officer was consulted and has confirmed that the update noise modelling results for battery storage facility has demonstrated that the cumulative, as all plants, rating levels of no more than 35 decibels at the nearest noise-sensitive receptor can be achieved by proposed mitigation measures as per paragraph 1672 of Officer Report. Furthermore, the design of the BESS compound includes acoustic fencing around the southern, eastern and western borders, mitigating any potential noise impact on the nearby residential receptors. It is considered that with the low rating noise levels achieved and mitigation measures proposed to be secured by a planning condition, condition 9, the proposal would not have an adverse impact on the residential amenity in accordance with policy ME5 of the Christchurch and East Dorset core strategy. The application is supported by a biodiversity plan that has been agreed by the Council's Natural Environment team on 30th of May. The biodiversity plan outlines a range of measures to deliver biodiversity net gains, including grassland, mixed shrubs, individual trees, hedgerows, habitats will be created, and areas of other neutral grassland will be enhanced. This application was validated on 23rd of November 2023, and therefore biodiversity net gain requirements do not apply. However, a biodiversity metric has been submitted with this application. Overall, the development proposals would result in an 11.88% net gain of habitat area biodiversity units in line with the policy requirements. A gain would also be achieved in hedgerow units. The biodiversity plan also sets out mitigation measures regarding bats, which includes that no trees identified on a site with potential to support roosting bats will be removed. Noise vibrations and lighting will be controlled by limiting working hours to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. during construction. Again, the full assessment regarding biodiversity sets out in the officer report, paragraph 1640 to 1644. Subject to full implementation of the approved biodiversity plan, which is conditioned under condition 15, the NET has no objection to the proposal, and overall it is considered that the impact on the ecology and biodiversity from the proposed development will be acceptable. Natural England was also consulting. I have no objection. Highways. The site will be accessed via the existing access of Holt Road. The applicant has provided a swept path analysis that shows the largest vehicles needed to access the site will be able to negotiate the radius of the existing Bellmountain junction, and drawings confirms that the appropriate visibility space for the junction can be achieved. The application is supported by a transport statement which has been accepted by the Highways Authority and being appropriate and robust, and it considers the impact on the traffic associated with the proposed development on the local highways network. The main impact will be during the construction phase, and this is expected to last between 10 and 12 months. Construction is expected to generate a worst-case scenario of 54 two-way vehicle movements per day. Construction vehicles will be routed north up to Horton Road. It is considered that the proposed routing is suitable to accommodate the predictable development traffic. The Highway Authority considers that the proposal does not represent material harm to the transport network or to the highway safety, and consequently has raised no objection, subject to planning conditions requiring visibility space, manoeuvring, parking and loading areas, construction traffic management plan and wheel cleaning facilities are to be submitted and conditioned. The fire risk and associated impact of the battery storage facilities have become a principal concern in terms of health and safety. National Planning Practice Guidance recommends the consultation with the local fire and rescue service and consideration of the guidance for fire service published by the National Fire Chief Council, NFCC, entitled The Grid-Scale Battery Storage System Planning. As previously mentioned, the NFCC has launched a consultation on a new best fire safety guidance last week. The Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Dorset Rescue has been consulted. The proposed site layout plan has been amended to address comments from fire services in respect to fire safety. The applicants has affirmed that all timber fences would be either a fire-resistant coating applied by suppliers to the fencing or some manufacturing treat fencing materials with fire-retardant chemicals during the manufacturing process. Again, regular maintenance and inspection would ensure that the fencing is kept in good condition and to maintain fire-resistant properties. For more details on all technical aspects regarding fire safety set out in Officer's Report 1683 to 16118, including the battery safety management plan measures and proposed conditions. The additional access tract and second north gate providing access into the opposite end of the BESS compound are also detailed as requested by Dorset, fire services. The additional access tracks loop throughout the BESS compound and around the outside of the southern acoustic perimeter fencing. The additional access ensures 2 points of access into the BESS compound are available in accordance with NFCC guidance and addresses the matters raised in a fire service consultation response. A service vehicle passing place will also be provided to the south of the eastern access gate to the BESS compound. In respect of distance to the residential properties, the NFCC guidance notes distances between BESS units and occupied building side boundaries will vary. It recommends an initial minimum distance of 25 meters prior to any mitigation, and notes reducing distance may be possible in rural areas. The closest residential property is located approximately 85 meters away. Subject to conditions, officers are satisfied that the health and safety matters of the development are acceptable and comply with current fire and safety regulations and guidance. And the condition 27 deals with emergency response plan, which needs to be submitted. The site and the access route falls within a flood zone 1 and have a low risk of flooding. The groundwater levels are between 0.25 meters and 0.5 below the ground surface water within a small part of the eastern part of the site. The proposed SADs for the site include a combination of permeable paving and attenuation basin. The proposed SADs feature are designed to provide the required storage volume to retain the 1 in 100 plus 25% climate change events. The outfall option is a gravity connection down the site entrance road connecting to the existing ditch crossing the site entrance, which will allow surface water to be drained to the south following the existing ditch besides Holt Road to the watercourses to the south. Invert levels details of the existing assets have been identified, and the gravity connection appears to be viable and accepted by the lead local flood authority. The lead local flood authority has reviewed the surface water proposals and confirmed the additional information submitted provides the clarification required to substantiate the surface water discharge route. Pollution. The development would not generate unacceptable pollution, odor, detrimental emissions, or associated impacts during normal operation. There is, however, a risk of such impact in the event of a fire and thermal runaway. The applicant has responded to initial concern raised by the Environment Agency. A revised flood risk assessment and surface water drainage strategy includes specific consideration to the potential volumes of firefighting water that would be used in the event of a fire and the contaminant of this runoff to prevent contamination of the local watercourses. More details on technical aspects regarding possible pollution to watercourses is set out in Officer Report, paragraph 1624 to 1627, which also include proposed conditions. Other matters. Dorset Heathland. So the application site lies outside of any environmental designation. Additionally, this style of development does not create recreational pressures on heathlands, and Natural England has no objection to the proposal. The Dorset Heathlands is located approximately 150 meters north and 240 meters south of the application site at the closest point. An appropriate assessment has concluded that the proposal is not likely to have a significant effect on the Dorset Heathlands. Natural England have not objected to the proposal. Trees. There are a number of trees and hedgerows in and around the site, most of which will be retained. A small number of goat willow and one silver birch are to be removed from the new access to the site. All of the trees, 5 in total, that are to be removed are of poor quality or low value, and their removal will be compensated by the provision of mitigation planting, which has been conditioned. The proposals are acceptable subject to the implementation of the details set out in the arboricultural method statement and the tree protection condition. Archaeology and heritage assets. The service has not found anything of archaeological significance except a small section of the linear crop marks which would be impacted by the proposed development. There are 3 non-designated heritage assets that lie partially within the site boundary, which is linear crop marks, a wood bank and a drainage ditches. The associated cable route crosses another non-designated asset. However, that non-designated asset was impacted during the construction of the National Grid Mannington substation, and at the point where the proposed cable route crosses, it is of a negligible heritage value. Dorset Council archaeologists has confirmed the battery storage and the cable route elements of the proposed development are both anticipated to have a low to negligible potential for the archaeological remains. The proposed development is therefore accords with the policy HE1. Mineral safeguarding. The site is within a safeguarded area for sand and gravel and within the bedrock sand resource blocks. The Council's Minerals and Waste team had confirmed that the proposal is temporary. The mineral would not be sterilised by the development. Decommissioning. A suitably worded planning condition to secure appropriate decommissioning of the site would ensure that electrical storage infrastructure is removed at the end of the 40-year period or within 6 months of the cessation of the electricity storage and distribution by the facility, whichever is sooner. That's condition 4. Planning balance. The following table sets out the planning consideration both in favour and against the development and the weight afforded to these in the planning balance. It is considered that very special circumstances do exist, namely the support that the development will provide to the energy grid by providing additional capacity to deal with the system stress and the variations in grid frequency at both a local and national levels that are anticipated with the ever-increasing reliance on renewable energy. The Greenbelt location is made necessary by the need for a practical and viable connection to the grid, which the substation offers. Battery energy storage systems provide a means of allowing electricity from the grid to be imported and sorted at times of low demand, high generation, and then be exported back into the grid at times of higher demand and system stress. These systems, therefore, indirectly support the generation of electricity by renewable sources, ultimately contributing to wider environmental benefits. As you can see from this slide, all the planning considerations are considered acceptable, with some subject to conditions. In conclusions, it's considered that very special circumstances have been demonstrated to outweigh harm to the Greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness or any other harm resulting from the proposal. So we recommend the grant planning permission subject to the following conditions. Commencement, approved plans, time limit, decommissioning, connection to National Grid Mannington substation, the materials, including colours and finish, the water tank, contaminated land, noise mitigation, surface water drainage for disposal of surface water requested by environmental agency, pollution conditions, biodiversity conditions, surface water conditions, landscape and ecological strategy, cabling, acoustic fencing, soft landscaping and planting scheme, tree protection, highways conditions, and emergency plan. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite the applicant, who I believe is represented by their agent, to make the next presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. My name is Emma Lewis, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant, Pivoted Power LLP, who has proposed the battery energy storage system at Holt Road, Mannington. I've managed the project, and alongside the applicant and our team of technical consultants, have been responsible for the planning application that is before you today. Your officers have carefully considered the proposals, and having concluded that they are supported by both national and local planning policies, have recommended approval. Pivoted Power is 100% owned subsidiary of EDF Renewables, and as such, the applicant has a great deal of experience with renewable energy and energy storage projects. Increasing the percentage of renewables in the UK energy mix will help us to move towards net zero, which is government policy. EDF develops, builds, operates, and maintains its own portfolio. EDF takes a holistic and long-term view of projects, which means that they work closely with statutory consultees throughout the lifetime of a project. This site has been carefully selected to reduce impacts on the environment and on local communities. The applicant engaged with the local community and political stakeholders pre-submission to appraise them of the proposals and ensure there was an opportunity for feedback to influence the design. We also sought an EIA screening opinion from Dorset Council and have worked closely with them to ensure that our application contains all the right information. Importantly, for operational and viability reasons, the site is located within close proximity to the National Grid Mannington substation. A short cable route limits electrical loss and ensures greater efficiency, in addition to minimising any associated disruption. There are no outstanding objections to the scheme. We have worked closely with officers to evolve the project during the planning process and are pleased that the application has been recommended for approval, indicating that the site we have chosen is suited to the size of scheme. Furthermore, EDF has worked closely with external consultees, including the Environment Agency and particularly Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Service. Constructive working relationships throughout the application process have successfully resolved minor technical issues. As concluded by your officer's report, the development will not have any unacceptable effects on the environment or local amenity, and the development is supported by national and local planning policies. We endorse the planning conditions proposed by our officers, which would deliver the carefully considered mitigation measures proposed in our application. Once the construction period is over, the proposed landscaping enhancements will ensure our project soon becomes a non-assertive feature in the wider landscape, whilst continuing to develop significant long-term energy security and renewable energy benefits to society. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the time to talk and for considering this important project.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any technical questions that you wish to ask of the presenting officer? Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. First question is to do with site access. We've just listened to a very long presentation earlier where we discussed site access, and it was explained that because of the distance from where the road forked, that provided two access points. What we have here is by the look of it, and please explain where I might be wrong, but what we seem to have is one access point with two potential routes from it, but that's not two access points. That's two routes from a single access point. So I was a little concerned about that. And the other is this, the comments about the very special circumstances in the Greenbelt. And I'd just like, if you could explain those a little bit further, because some of them just seem to be quite not that special. If you go through them, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you. With regards to the access, so the requirement by the NFCC, the requirement isn't that it has to be two accesses. It's if it's possible, and in this case, it's been agreed that one access, well, if you look at it, so there is a first gate here, which fire services will have a code to, because they can just come in and out as they need to. And so this is outside of the perimeter fence. So it could be said that once when you reach this corner, there is one access here and another access is here. So just because it could be looked at for So once when you reach this end, there are actually two ways to get access to the site. And this has been agreed with the local fire services. Very special circumstances. I'm going to go back to that slide. So the need for battery energy storage, it's substantial weight, because obviously it contributes to the security and achieving the national and local climate targets. Environmental benefits are also substantial. BESS is a facility which contributes to reduce the greenhouse emissions. Energy as such have the national environmental benefits as per paragraph 156, and helps address the Dorset Council climate targets. So it was given a substantial weight. The location is also given substantial weight because, for obvious reasons, the connection has to be as close as possible to the national grid substation. Public benefits, renewable energy generation is looked as a public benefit. There is provided biodiversity net gain, which is also significant. It's 11.88% of net gain. Economic benefits, that's been given limited because obviously they're limited beyond the construction. There is not really much more of the economic benefits. So this is the demonstrated how did we get to the planning balance with the very special circumstances.
Thank you. Councillor Took, does that answer your question?
Almost. I just want to come back, if I may. Paragraph 156 talks about renewable energy projects need very special. The fact that if it is a renewable energy project, the fact that it is a renewable energy project is not a very special circumstance. It's just what it is. That's why the paragraph is talking about. We know it's a renewable energy project. It needs very special circumstances. You had a slide earlier that showed about 4 items. I don't know if you can find it. There was 4 bullet points that you had on a slide. I should have noted the slide number. That's the one. So the need for energy storage facilities, given this, is not a very special circumstance, surely, because this paragraph talks about renewable energy projects. So if this is a renewable energy project, it needs to have more than just the fact that we need energy storage facilities. The site location and alternative sites. The site location, you're saying that's a very special circumstance because it's close to the substation. Is that the case?
For the best compounds to be viable and to produce the best, to work properly, to be operationally viable, it has to be as close as possible, preferably within 1 kilometre of the national grid substations.
Okay, I understand that, and clearly we've had an exhaustive look at grid connections within Scrutiny Committee earlier this year. So I appreciate that. Biodiversity, okay, and environmental benefits, and those are fairly general environmental. So the idea is that these type of projects, renewable energy projects, will always have environmental benefits. So I can see 2 out of the 4 might be very special. I'm not sure about all 4 of them, but thank you for explaining.
Thank you for your question there, David. If we could just have maybe some help here from Phil and then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. So I think a couple of points in response to Councillor Took's question just to help out is courts have said that when you're looking at the factors which may constitute very special circumstances, they don't all need to be very special circumstances in their own right. They can be, I'm not saying they will be, but they can all be relatively ordinary individually, but add up to constitute something which is classified as very special circumstances. So the NPPF test, if you like, is that you won't have very special circumstances unless the benefits outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt, or sorry, clearly outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt and all other harm. So it's putting that bar up and saying you need a bundle of benefits which clearly outweigh all of the harm, including the harm to the Greenbelt. So matter for you to determine whether all of those factors together are either individually or together constitute those very special circumstances. And I think it's also just worth pointing out in respect of battery energy storage systems as a whole, that the National Planning Practice Guidance puts, I'm not saying it's always right, but it puts them in the same section as other renewable energy products. And so the government guidance, it sees them as part of a renewable package that enables energy production, which is sporadic because it's wind or solar or whatever, to be stored and then used for later. Again, it's up to you whether you consider that's a very special circumstance. I'm just reiterating what the government's own guidance on that is. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mike Garrity, Head of Planning. I was basically going to say something similar to what Phil has said, but just to add to that, and I think Councillor Took's asked a perfectly valid question here because it is an important one that goes to the heart of this application because it is in the Greenbelt. Paragraph 156 does actually say such special circumstances may include the wider environmental benefits associated with increased production of energy from renewable sources. So I think there's a sort of an aspect of that which is acknowledging that might be the case. The way I think we're probably having to consider this is this wider aspiration to get to net zero, and by 2035 to fully decarbonise the electricity supply. So that does require battery storage as a critical component of that element to do so. And in this sort of location, because of Mannington being close by, it does restrict in many ways the kinds of sites and locations you can look at. When you combine that then with some of the mitigation that's in place there, I think officers felt satisfied that the very special circumstances test is met, but also that looking at possible mitigation and how you can actually ameliorate those effects in terms of the openness of the Greenbelt, that there's been sufficient work done here to show that can be achieved. So I thought I'd just explain that a little bit. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any other members with technical questions? As I appreciate, although it's different, we've learned a lot today, I'm sure. If there are no more technical questions, then I propose that we move to debate, if there's anything to debate, or if anyone would like to move a proposal. Yes.
Yeah, I'm on. Yes, again, we've been through a lot of detail and we've learnt from the previous one. So I know this is in the Greenbelt, but we are restricted because all the sites around there are in the Greenbelt and it needs to be near the national grid. So in my mind, there's no reason to refuse this application. I propose to approve.
Okay. So you're seconding that proposal, and I presume that is a proposal including the conditions. So So we have a motion that's been proposed and seconded. So we'll test this now with a vote with a show of hands. So those in favour, please show. And that's all of us. Used to be described as NEMCON, didn't it? And we were told, no, you can't use that. Excellent. So that is resolved by Council to approve this application, P FUL 2023-06578. So thank you very much. There are no items of urgent business or exempt business. And I wish to give my thanks to the lead officers for very comprehensive reports and answers to questions. The teams which supported them today, Democratic Services, our legal support, as well as members today. We've determined complex applications robustly and cordially and thoroughly, as it should be. And I'm grateful for everyone for that. Thank you.